Chapter 641. Yi Yunfeng's energy center had already filled up, and his entire body's aura was rising to a terrifying level. Tuoba Yuan naturally would not give him the chance to self-destruct. The people beside him had already raised their weapons, and Yi Yunfeng's head was about to fall to the ground in the next second. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar rang out. This sound was like a dragon's roar, and it shook everyone to the point of dizziness. Their eardrums were ringing non-stop. This sound had come from thousands of meters away. If it had come from right next to them, they would not just be dizzy. They would most likely die on the spot. A golden dragon shadow was charging towards them from afar at an extremely fast speed. Yi Yunfeng could no longer control his energy center, and the explosion was about to happen in the next second. A powerful palm instantly grabbed Yi Yunfeng's shoulder, and a powerful wave of spiritual power was continuously transmitted from that palm into Yi Yunfeng's body. That powerful spiritual power actually went straight to Yi Yunfeng's energy center, wrapping it in layers and compressing it, making it difficult for it to explode. "Stop immediately!" That voice rang out in Yi Yunfeng's dizzy mind. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Yunfeng immediately snapped out of his trance as if he had heard the voice of the heavens. His dantian, which had been suppressed by the external force and could not explode, immediately stopped expanding and stabilized under his guidance. That person withdrew his palm and immediately took out a few healing elixirs and crushed a supreme-grade blood crystal. Then he stuffed the essence energy into Yunfeng's mouth. After Yi Yunfeng continuously consumed the elixirs and supreme-grade blood crystal, he immediately recovered a lot. "Boss, I thought I would never see you again." Yi Yunfeng looked at the face that was right in front of him and said happily. He really did not expect that his boss would appear here. His nervous heart also calmed down at this moment. With his boss here, even if the sky fell, his boss would still be able to withstand it. The admiration he had for his boss was not something that others could easily understand. "You've disgraced me. You can't even deal with these small fries. Get out of my way and heal." Ling Xiao grabbed Yunfeng, ignoring his wounds and tossing him to the side so he could heal himself. "Boss, Miss Gu offended them to save me. Please help her." Yi Yunfeng didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao understood. In a flash, he appeared beside Gu Jiaojiao, who was still dizzy, and brought her back to Yi Yunfeng. Gu Jiaojiao's head was still spinning, but she had already seen Ling Xiao clearly. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Ling Xiao, why you here?" He, you don't want me to come?" Ling Xiao laughed. "It's better if you don't come. Anyway, it's just your little brother who died," Gu Jiaojiao said. "Alright, you guys step aside. Leave them to me," Ling Xiao said indifferently with a cold smile on his face. A thick killing intent began to spread from his body. "You actually injured my little brother to this extent. You must be tired of living," Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the dizzy people who had been shaken by Ling Xiao's sound waves all woke up. Tuoba Yuan stared at Ling Xiao with a dark expression. "I didn't expect you to appear here. I also didn't expect you to dare to kill my little brother. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to do it?" Ling Xiao said faintly with his arms crossed. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. Others might be afraid of you, but that doesn't mean that I, Tuoba Yuan, am afraid of you." Tuoba Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed. He paused for a moment before saying, "For your sake, as long as you make Yi Yunfeng hand over the emperor elixir that he stole from me, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Tuoba Yuan was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had already displayed shocking strength in front of them. Moreover, he wasn't even afraid of the people from the medicine sect, so he must have some shocking trump card. However, this didn't mean that he was afraid of Ling Xiao. After all, there were so many people around him that even a heavenly sovereign would have to give way. Thus, he decided to give Ling Xiao some face. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind using all his strength to kill Ling Xiao here and now. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "Ling Xiao, you'd better make Yi Yunfeng hand over the emperor elixir." Gu Jiaojiao persuaded Ling Xiao from behind. Although she was aware of Ling Xiao's strength, She did not think that Ling Xiao could really fight against dozens of people alone. Moreover, these dozens of people were all high-level Earth Sovereign Realm experts, and each of them had their own trump cards. This combat strength was quite terrifying. Jiao Jiao is right. Brother Ling, you should think about it carefully. Since we're all from the same place, hand over the Emperor Elixir. Tuoba Yuan smiled faintly. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely compromise. His advantage was obvious. Unless Ling Xiao was really stupid, he wouldn't compromise. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. You don't have to care about our past relationship. I'm not that familiar with you. If you stole the Emperor Elixir, so be it. It's no big deal. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Alright? All of you have to come at me together. Otherwise, it'll be boring. The expressions of Tuoba Yuan and the people behind him changed. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so insensible. Leader, let me Tai Tu go and kill this arrogant brat. A bald, brawny man stepped out from behind Tuoba Yuan and said. His voice was extremely loud and clear. It was as if he wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Tuoba Yuan hesitated for a moment. He nodded at the brawny man who called himself Tai Tu and said, Be careful. His physical body is very harmful. Leader, don't worry. No matter how powerful you are, I have a way to deal with him. Tai Tu responded and walked towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, he summoned his spirit beast. His spirit beast was a 5th-tier advanced earth-drilling mouse. It was adept at drilling through the ground and mountains. Its sharp mouth was comparable to a low-tier spirit weapon. It could bite through anything no matter how hard it was. Tai Tu relied on the earth-drilling mouse's sharp mouth to dare to challenge Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's physical body could withstand the earth-drilling mouse's bite. Brat, come over. Your delicate body won't be able to take a hit from this Lord Tai. Tai Tu rubbed his bald head and said viciously. Tai Tu was born in the army and had killed countless people. His famous iron head technique was even rarer. A bald head and a dead mouse. Disgusting to look at. This young master will send you on your way first. You have company, right? Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain and took the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao rarely took the initiative in a fight. This time, he chose to take the initiative. It was all because this ugly bald head was an eyesore, and that disgusting mouse made him feel even more displeased. 6 clones technique. 6 Ling Xiao split into 2 directions and attacked the man and the mouse. Tai Tu was momentarily dazed. Why did he see so many Ling Xiaos? However, he couldn't care so much. He lowered his bald head slightly, and an earthy yellow horn formed on his bald head. He charged at one of the Ling Xiaos. Tai Tu? Then I'll make him headless. Ling Xiao shouted, and the 3 of them attacked Tai Tu's head at the same time. Bang bang. Tai Tu's strength was far inferior to Ling Xiao's. The bald head was hit by 6 fists several times, and his whole body was sent flying. On the other side, the earth-drilling mouse was also facing the fate of being punched by 3 Ling Xiaos at the same time. It had already developed intelligence, but it couldn't tell which one was the real Ling Xiao. After all, it could sense that the 6 figures all carried the same person's aura. A man and a mouse were immediately beaten back in the face of a shield. The 6 of Ling Xiao's figures merged into one, and he returned to the appearance of a single person. It was as if he had really split into 6. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the infinite cloning technique became more realistic, making it harder for people to distinguish between the real and the fake. Although only one of the 6 figures was his real body, the other 5 had the aura of his clones, and their attacks were not weaker than any peak earthly sovereign realm expert. Earth-drilling mouse, come on. Bite him. Tai Tu's head was hurting from Ling Xiao's attacks. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his expectations. Therefore, he could only let the earth-drilling mouse pester Ling Xiao while he waited for an opportunity to make a move. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his head. Bang bang. A few muffled groans rang out, and a large head exploded just like that. The earth-drilling mouse was not much better off. Its body continued to self-destruct, and it only stopped after a long while. Its body, which was several meters long, had actually turned into a pile of mud, lying motionless on the ground. Looking at the large pool of blood flowing out of its body, it was needless to say that it was already dead. To Oba Yuan, if you only want this kind of trash to die, then all of you should come at me together. This young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao curled his finger at Tuoba Yuan in disdain. To be honest, he wanted to taste the power of Tuoba Yuan's lightning attribute. He could sense that Tuoba Yuan's hidden strength was not any weaker than the leaders of the 18 major forces. In fact, Tuoba Yuan even had a certain chance of winning in a life-and-death battle. After all, the lightning attribute was known as the strongest attack attribute, and it was not just for show. Brother Tuoba, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can deal with so many of us by himself. Gu Mingzhu advised from the side. Tuoba Yuan waved his hand lightly and said, "No, let me finish him off in this battle." Then he stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Ling Xiao, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you are too arrogant. Today I will let you see my true strength. I'd like to see if the thunder element is truly as invincible as the rumors say." Ling Xiao said, unruffled and unruffled. "Don't worry, I will let you see it now." Tuoba Yuan responded. He pulled the cloak on his shoulder and threw it into Gu Mingzhu's hands, revealing his robust body. Those bulging muscles were filled with unlimited explosive power. Tuoba Yuan roared into the sky, and the aura around his body instantly surged. The powerful aura caused the people around him to retreat far away. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder rang out. The sky actually turned jet black at this moment, and bolts of lightning interweaved in the sky. At this moment, Tuoba Yuan's body was surrounded by the power of lightning. He looked like a lightning emperor, giving off a mighty and extraordinary aura. He can actually cause a phenomenon? Ling Xiao murmured in astonishment. Chapter 642. According to some ancient records, a warrior with a certain tenbin talent or a profound skill could cause a natural phenomenon during battle, borrowing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. Their battle prowess was unparalleled among those of the same level. It was clear that Tuoba Yuan was one of those tenbin talents. 2 ferocious battle runes appeared on his forehead, and his entire body grew much taller than before. His explosive muscles constantly pulsed, and his tiger eyes flickered with a purple light. The purple halberd in his hand also emitted purple lightning, making him look extremely extraordinary. Within a radius of several dozen meters around Tuoba Yuan, lightning continuously fell from the sky. The power of this lightning was not inferior to the power of normal thunder. Just this aura alone was enough to show that Tuoba Yuan's power was much stronger than that of ordinary low-level Empyreans. Is this the leader's true strength? So terrifying. I thought that what I saw before was his strongest power, but it turns out that he's been hiding his true strength. Fortunately, I didn't choose to resist, or else I would have been killed by the leader back then. That Ling Xiao is unlucky. The leader wanted to let them live, but he didn't know what was good for him. There's going to be a good show to watch. That Ling Xiao does have some skills. This battle will definitely be a battle between dragons. To be honest, Ling Xiao had originally overestimated Tuoba Yuan's strength, but now that he saw Tuoba Yuan's aura, it was clear that he had still underestimated Tuoba Yuan. However, Ling Xiao's strength had just greatly improved, and he was lacking a powerful opponent to temper himself against. Now was the perfect time. It's too late for you to regret it now. The 3 of you die. Tuoba Yuan said with killing intent. Following this, he lightly pointed the purple halberd in his hand at Ling Xiao, and a purple lightning snake quickly shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lightly shouted, "Get away from me!" Then he lightly tapped the ground with 1 foot. Rumble! The place behind Ling Xiao was blasted into a crater that was dozens of meters wide. Tuoba Yuan's simple attack had already reached the power of a low-level heavenly venerate. It was no wonder that he was so fearless. Gu Jiaojiao supported Yi Yunfeng and retreated hundreds of meters away. Gu Mingzhu brought some people to stop Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. "Jiaojiao, you guys should stay here and wait for Brother Tuoba's punishment," said Gu Mingzhu indifferently. Gu Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and said, "Big Sister Mingzhu, I'm just your ally. Now that I've left the team, Tuoba Yuan has no right to control me. Withdrawing from the alliance midway, that's a betrayal. Kill Yi Yunfeng. Perhaps I can ask Brother Tuoba to let you off. Gu Mingzhu had long been in love with Tuoba Yuan, so she naturally stood on his side. Hee, do you think I would do that? Gu Jiaojiao smiled faintly. Then we'll wait for Brother Tuoba to kill Ling Xiao. Let him deal with you then. Gu Mingzhu did not make a move. Instead, she gestured for people to lock onto Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng's subordinates. On the other side, the battle between Tuoba Yuan and Ling Xiao had already begun. Tuoba Yuan launched a ferocious attack on Ling Xiao from the very beginning. Bolts of lightning continuously shot out from the purple battle halberd. The frightening attack caused the surroundings to tremble slightly, and the sound of the explosions caused people's eardrums to ache. Ling Xiao relied on his advantage in speed to constantly dodge. It seemed like he actually did not dare to fight Tuoba Yuan head-on. Tuoba Yuan swallowed 2 pills that increased his speed and laughed proudly. Isn't your physical body very powerful? If you have the ability, then don't dodge. Watch me blast you to death. Hee, don't worry. I just want to see how strong you are. Since you want to see my strength, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and his aura finally increased. Golden light began to flicker around his body, and an 8-clawed golden dragon roared in the sky. Ling Xiao was now a peak earthly sovereign. Even if he did not increase his dragon-shaped battle force, his strength was already comparable to a low-level heavenly venerate. It was enough to fight Tuoba Yuan. If he used his full strength, Tuoba Yuan would not be able to withstand even a single move from him, no matter how powerful he was. Yi Futian did not want this battle to end so quickly. He wanted to see how strong Tuoba Yuan really was. Faced with Tuoba Yuan's lightning again, Ling Xiao did not dodge this time. His dragon-shaped fist met the lightning head-on. This idiot actually dares to take my lightning head-on. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Tuoba Yuan thought to himself. He was very confident in his own strength. Even a low-level heavenly venerate would not dare to easily take this move from him. Before participating in the Imperial ranking tournament, Tuoba Yuan's strength was already enough to break through to the heavenly venerate level. However, he deliberately did not search for his own Dao. Instead, he forcibly stopped his strength at the peak earthly sovereign level. This was all so that he could seize the title of Imperial Exterminator, or even the First Arch. Tuoba Yuan felt that although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was still far from being able to fight at full strength. He felt that Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to take this move from him. Rumble. That lightning did not injure Ling Xiao. Instead, it was deflected by Ling Xiao's punch. His strength is indeed not weak. If I did not strengthen the ancient sovereign divine technique, I would not be able to take it, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Your weak lightning power is only SOSO. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His entire body pounced at Tuoba Yuan, and his 12 doppelgangers surrounded Tuoba Yuan from all directions. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers were now twice as many as before. It was a dazzling sight. The Blue Sun Sect's doppelganger technique? It looks like those 2 idiots, Wen Huang and Bai Menxing, have already been killed by him. Tuoba Yuan did not seem to care at all about the 12 Ling Xiao's attacks. A golden shield appeared in his hand, and layers of golden light enveloped Tuoba Yuan. Although Tuoba Yuan was not of the metal element and could not unleash the true defensive power of this shield, a half-step sage artifact's defensive capabilities were still quite shocking even without activating spiritual power. Bang bang. As expected, the power of Ling Xiao's 12 doppelgangers slammed into the golden shield's defensive light barrier. A series of violent sounds rang out, but the power of his punch was indeed unable to break through the defensive light barrier. Hee, even if you have double the number of doppelgangers, you still won't be able to break through this defense. Tuoba Yuan laughed proudly. The purple halberd in his hand trembled slightly, and several streaks of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao's real body like snakes. Ling Xiao blocked the lightning with one hand. Your lightning is useless against me. Is that so? I was just warming up just now. Now, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be electrocuted. Tuoba Yuan laughed and leaped into the air. He raised the purple halberd high up, and a streak of lightning pierced towards the dark clouds in the sky. Rumble! A lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket was drawn down by Tuoba Yuan. The purple halberd seemed to be in line with the heavens, and from afar, it looked like a strange sight. If it was a normal person who tried to draw in the power of heaven and earth like this, they would have long been charred by the lightning. However, Tuoba Yuan was of the lightning element, and the mystic technique he cultivated required the power of lightning to be cultivated. Not only did this power not harm him, but it instead filled him with even more power. The people below were all shocked when they saw this scene, and even Ling Xiao revealed a slightly moved expression. He can actually borrow the power of heaven and earth. This Tuoba Yuan's Tenbin cultivation is not weak. It's a pity that he's up against me, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He had already secretly raised his power bit by bit, and was prepared to receive Tuoba Yuan's lightning attack. Thunder rumble and lightning flash. Tuoba Yuan shouted loudly, and the purple halberd in his hand quickly stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Rumbling sounds of thunder and lightning rang out, and the power of lightning smashed towards Ling Xiao at high speed. Although Ling Xiao's speed was untraceable, the speed of the lightning attack was not any slower than his. Ling Xiao raised the ancient sovereign mystic technique to 70% defense. Dragon fists roared out one after another, and the golden fists continuously blasted away the lightning. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger faintly ached, but this pain only made Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soar even higher. Good. With the power of your lightning, even ordinary low-level heavenly venerables are no match for you. However, it's still far from enough to deal with me. Ling Xiao replied, and the ancient sovereign mystic technique's defense increased by another 10%. With 80% of the ancient sovereign mystic technique's defense, layers of multicolored dragon scales appeared on Ling Xiao's body. The golden dragon image above his head became more and more solid, and the dragon's might was fully displayed in front of everyone. Tuoba Yuan's lightning attacks seemed to have become insignificant, and they were sent flying by Ling Xiao's punches to the side. The people who followed Tuoba Yuan were all overwhelmed with shock. The leader is already very powerful, but this Ling Xiao is actually so abnormal as well. The two of them are probably much stronger than those pretentious fangirls from those big powers. That's right. I'm afraid that ordinary low-level heavenly venerables would only be defeated if they fought against them. I think they'll be able to directly advance to heavenly venerables after they leave this time. How enviable! It's a pity that Ling Xiao is destined to fall here. Who told him to be so arrogant? Gu Jiaojiao looked at the two people in battle and muttered, "These two people are really terrifying. I'm afraid that even Big Brother might not have their fighting strength." Gu Jiaojiao had always admired her big brother. Her big brother was even one of the top 100 war emperors, and he had already stepped into the honorable realm. She had originally thought that her big brother was already very amazing, but she never thought that Tuoba Yuan and Ling Xiao's strength would be so abnormal. It seemed that they were not weaker than her big brother's current strength. They were only at the Earth Emperor realm, and once they broke through to the Sky Sovereign realm, they would definitely be even more terrifying. Yunfeng said with a weak tone, Boss hasn't used his full strength yet. If Boss were to get serious, Tuoba Yuan would have died long ago." Indeed, Ling Xiao had many trump cards. As long as he fought with all his might, Tuoba Yuan would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Yunfeng from the side and raised her beautiful eyes. "Why don't you have any strength left? Even if it's all used up, it shouldn't be like this, right?" Yi Yunfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I already used a secret technique just now, and now it's after the secret technique." Before he could finish speaking, he fainted. Chapter 643. The more Tuoba Yuan and Ling Xiao fought, the more intense the battle became. They fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the ground again. The intense purple lightning and golden light that surged out forced the surrounding people to retreat far away. "Tuoba Yuan, are you out of tricks? This bit of lightning isn't even enough to tickle me." After blocking Tuoba Yuan's lightning for a while, Ling Xiao felt that it was pointless. He didn't even move his hands, allowing the lightning to strike his body. The surrounding people were all shocked. They once again witnessed Ling Xiao's powerful physical body. It was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Tuoba Yuan's face was completely black. His lightning attacks were the strongest among those of the same cultivation level. Even if he fought someone of a higher cultivation level, he had a high chance of winning. However, against this guy with such a monstrous physical body, he felt like he had nowhere to exert his strength. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of the true heavenly might of lightning. Tuoba Yuan didn't want to continue playing like this. He wanted to finish Ling Xiao in one move. If this move couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, then he could only order the others to surround and attack Ling Xiao. Tuoba Yuan once again received the power of heavenly might. However, the lightning that gathered this time was even more terrifying than before. Terrifying lightning flashed continuously in the pitch-black sky. These lightning bolts were even thicker than before, and their power was even more terrifying and explosive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder and lightning was like the sound of the end of the world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Over 10 lightning bolts intersected and all fell towards Tuoba Yuan. The power of these lightning bolts was enough to smash several mountains into dust, but Tuoba Yuan actually received them head-on. His entire body seemed to have turned into a god of lightning. Every muscle on his body became the color of purple lightning, and his purple hair also fluttered. The purple halberd in his hand flowed with powerful lightning power, and he was prepared to attack in the next moment. Tuoba Yuan's face revealed a pained expression. Clearly, it was very difficult for him to concentrate the power of lightning on his body. Now that he had finished storing up his energy, Tuoba Yuan slowly pointed the purple battle halberd in Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao, you should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. Tuoba Yuan was currently using a forbidden technique. After using this technique, he would enter a period of weakness, but in order to defeat Ling Xiao, he would not hesitate. World Annihilation Thunder Sun. Tuoba Yuan gently exhaled on his purple battle halberd, and a powerful thunder force instantly burst forth. The terrifying lightning power was like a purple sun that enveloped everything within a radius of tens of meters. The round purple sun pressed towards Ling Xiao at an unparalleled speed, and the surrounding air crackled from the purple lightning. This thunder sun seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, causing everyone to retreat continuously. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Tuoba Yuan's attack had already far exceeded the scope of their imagination. Even a mid-level heavenly venerate's all-out attack could not compare to this. Only then did they realize that the gap between them and Tuoba Yuan was too great. In their hearts, they all felt that Ling Xiao would definitely be blasted to smithereens. Ling Xiao also realized how terrifying this technique was. Perhaps even a mid-level heavenly venerate would not be able to withstand it. Although it would not be a problem for him to block it with his full strength, he knew that this was Tuoba Yuan's final trump card, so there was no need for him to continue holding back. Let's stop here. Ling Xiao continued to retreat. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body rapidly surged, and a 5-colored radiance replaced the original golden radiance. He raised a finger, and all the power gathered on his finger. The thin spiritual qi in the surroundings was also attracted over. Struggle on your deathbed. Tuoba Yuan shouted. He was very confident in this technique. Back then, he had used this technique to kill and injure 2 low-level heavenly venerates at the same time. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could withstand this technique. When Lei Yang arrived in front of Ling Xiao pointed his finger at it and shouted, "Jade-breaking golden finger, break for me." Swish. Terrifying energy also burst forth from his finger, and the 5-colored finger radiance collided with the thunder sun like a hot knife through butter. Rumble, rumble. In mid-air, the huge thunder sun seemed to cover the sky and instantly engulfed the 5-colored finger radiance. Just when everyone thought that the 5-colored finger radiance would be completely crushed by the thunder sun exploded prematurely. At the same time, a 5-colored ray of light shot through the center of the electric field and shot toward Tuoba Yuan. "What? You actually broke through my thunder sun?" Tuoba Yuan exclaimed. Without thinking, he immediately placed the golden shield in front of his chest to block the 5-colored finger radiance. Bang! The five-colored finger radiance landed on the layers of defensive light on the golden shield, and a loud collision sound was heard. Tuoba Yuan had just used a forbidden technique. Although he had taken an elixir, his body was much weaker than before. Now that he had the golden shield to block it, his body was still sent flying by the powerful finger radiance. The golden shield flew out of his hand, and a stream of blood sprayed out in a beautiful parabola in midair. In the end, his entire body landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the thunder sun not far away also began to dissipate, and the sky became clear again. Ling Xiao flew over to the sky above Tuoba Yuan and scathed. With a gentle wave of his hand, he grabbed the golden shield and said disdainfully, "Brother Tuoba, your thunder attack is only SSS." Tuoba Yuan did not die. The golden shield just now was worthy of being a half-step sacred tool. It had already blocked most of the attack from Ling Xiao's broken jade finger. If not for the fact that Tuoba Yuan's attribute was incompatible with the shield and that he was completely exhausted, the broken jade finger might not have been able to hurt him. However, after losing so thoroughly in front of so many people and being provoked by Ling Xiao, he could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment, Gu Mingzhu, who was not far away, came back to her senses. She immediately shouted to the others, "Everyone, let's kill him together to vent our leader's anger." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative to attack Yi Yunfeng, who had fainted at the side. However, Gu Jiaojiao immediately blocked her. More than 10 of the other 30 or so peak earthly emperors immediately charged at Ling Xiao, while the others hesitated whether they should go forward and fight with their lives on the line. After all, the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed just now had already intimidated them. Furthermore, they were only allies with Tuoba Yuan. Was there a need to fight with their lives on the line? A few earthly emperors secretly glanced at each other and actually took the initiative to escape. "Come if you want to die." Ling Xiao roared, and a powerful dragon roar rang out once again. The people who were surrounding him were all shocked to the point that they became sluggish. Ling Xiao was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He displayed the limitless doppelganger technique once again. 6 figures brandished their dragon fists and smashed them onto the heads of the earthly emperors. Bang bang. 6 heads were instantly smashed into mush by Ling Xiao. As the 6 figures returned to one, Ling Xiao already had a few more spatial rings in his hands. He coldly swept his gaze over the earthly emperors. "If you don't want to die, immediately hand over the emperor pills. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao had always felt that he was actually a good person. He didn't have any grudges with him, so he usually wouldn't bother with them. Therefore, he only wanted some emperor pills and didn't want their lives, which was already very reasonable. However, there were still some people who didn't know what was good for them. They turned around and quickly left. Who knew that the few people who had just left wouldn't even fly 100 meters before they fell from the sky without any warning. They actually died just like that. "If anyone dares to escape again, I'll kill them." Ling Xiao's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, causing everyone who heard it to shiver involuntarily. When those people felt the dense killing intent that Ling Xiao was emitting, not a single one of them dared to escape by themselves. A slightly bolder peak Earth Emperor came in front of Ling Xiao and said respectfully, Lord Ling Xiao, how about we follow you together? This way, it'll be much faster than you going to search for the emperor pills alone." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said bluntly, "Cut the crap with your lowly strength. What can you do for me? Quickly hand over the emperor pills and scram." That earthly emperor's face flushed red, his face burning with discomfort. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a single word. With Ling Xiao's strength, they were clearly not on the same level as Ling Xiao. In the end, they could only hand over the emperor pills with drooping faces, as if their parents had died. It was also at this time that Gu Mingzhu gave up on attacking Gu Jiaojiao and flew towards Tuoba Yuan, who was not far away and had no more strength left. "Forget it, I'll let you guys go. No matter what, we're allies." Gu Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment, but did not chase after them. She was still quite kind-hearted. Thinking that they had interacted for a while, she actually did not go forward to stop them. However, Ling Zhao's mental power had covered a radius of a few thousand meters. Of course, he could sense that Gu Mingzhu was going to take Tuoba Yuan away. Soft-hearted. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. After keeping all the emperor pills that the earthly emperor had handed over, he coldly snorted and said, "All of you, scram." Immediately after, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Gu Mingzhu, who was trying to escape. "I haven't said that I'll let him go yet. Are you going to take him away just like that?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Mingzhu was a woman, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath and would have killed the two of them immediately. He's already injured to this extent. What else do you want? Gu Mingzhu glared at Ling Xiao. "I don't want to kill a woman. Hand over the emperor pills. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place." Ling Xiao said faintly. Gu Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and handed over her emperor pills. Compared to her life, these emperor pills were nothing. "You really don't know what's good for you, woman?" Ling Xiao said with a frown. Gu Mingzhu gently bit down on her pearly white teeth again before stuffing a pill into Tuoba Yuan's mouth to wake him up. "Brother Tuoba, give him the emperor pills," Gu Mingzhu said softly to Tuoba Yuan. Tuoba Yuan found it difficult to even speak. However, he also understood the current situation. He was already thankful that Ling Xiao did not kill him and take the emperor pills. He immediately used his will to hand over the emperor pills. However, the moment he handed over the emperor pills, his purple eyes actually shot out 2 rays of lightning towards Ling Xiao's eyes. Chapter 644. This sudden eye attack was simply impossible to defend against. Even Ling Xiao himself did not expect Tuoba Yuan to have such a move. Gu Mingzhu, who was at the side, was also shocked by Tuoba Yuan's attack. As the distance was too short, Ling Xiao did not have the time to react. He could only immediately close his eyes and concentrate his spiritual energy on his eyes to reduce the power of the attack. Bang bang! Ling Xiao was forced back a few steps by the power of the 2 lightning bolts, and he could not help but let out a muffled groan. Although Ling Zhao's ancient sovereign divine technique was powerful, his eyes were indeed one of his body's weaknesses. After all, his eyes were too fragile. Now that he was temporarily defending, he did not even use 30% of his defensive power, so it was impossible for him not to be injured. Tuoba Yuan said with a vicious expression, "Mingzhu, quickly kill him." Gu Mingzhu was still in shock, and when she heard Tuoba Yuan's cry, she seemed to be at a loss. "Brother Tuoba, I'll bring you away." Although Gu Mingzhu saw that Ling Xiao was injured, she did not have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Zhao's defense was obvious to all. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Tuoba Yuan and flew far away. "Stop!" Gu Jiaojiao was also shocked by this sudden turn of events, and she immediately chased after them from afar. Unfortunately, the distance between them was not short, and it was difficult to catch up immediately. "I originally wanted to let you two live, but since you two are courting death, don't blame me," Ling Xiao said faintly as he covered his eyes with one hand, and his body could not conceal the dense killing intent. Gu Mingzhu carried Tuoba Yuan and fled at top speed, but how could they be faster than Ling Zhao's formless mental power? Ling Xiao only needed a thought, and his mental power rushed out of his sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. The mental power split into 2 and evolved into the mystic skill that Ling Xiao used, and bombarded the 2 sea of consciousness. Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan did not escape more than a few hundred meters before they felt a pain in their heads. Their sea of consciousness was being attacked by countless swords. 2 blood-curdling screams rang out as the 2 of them fell heavily from the sky. Gu Jiaojiao looked at the 2 people who suddenly fell down, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be a psychic attack? Gu Jiaojiao thought in shock. As an alchemist, she was quite sensitive to spiritual energy. When she saw Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan die just like that, she could not help but suspect that Ling Xiao had used spiritual energy to kill them. Otherwise, why would they fall to their deaths for no reason before she even saw Ling Xiao make a move? Did Ling Xiao know any sorcery? This was obviously impossible. The only explanation was that she had sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual power just now. If one wanted to use their mental power to kill others invisibly, one would need an extremely vast amount of mental power to do so. However, how much mental strength would it take to kill a peak earthly sovereign realm expert in an instant using mental strength? Perhaps only an alchemist who had reached the peak of the 7th rank would have such a possibility. Looking at Ling Zhao's current age, could he be a peak tier 7 alchemist? Gu Jiaojiao clearly felt that this conjecture was ridiculous. All of the peak tier 7 alchemists were influential figures from all over the world. How could they have reached this level at such a young age? Even in her family, only her great-grandfather had reached this realm. Could he be a member of the Soul Clan? Gu Jiaojiao thought to herself. After pausing for a moment, she thought, although the Soul Clan cultivates spiritual energy, their bodies are weak and their battle prowess is not that strong. Furthermore, the Soul Clan has disappeared for many years. No, the Soul Clan's ancestral home is in the southern wasteland, which is quite close to the northwest. Ling Xiao might have some secrets that no one knows about. Gu Jiaojiao became more and more curious about Ling Xiao, but she also knew that in this situation, she would not hesitate to ask Ling Xiao about it. After all, everyone had their own secrets and privacy. She quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and asked in a tender voice, "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" Just now, she had seen the 2 purple lights that Tuoba Yuan had suddenly shot out. If it was her, she would have definitely been blinded. It was just that she did not know how badly Ling Xiao was injured. Ling Xiao covered his eyes and turned his head away. "Miss Gu, please take care of Yunfeng first. I'll be fine soon." "I've already told you to call me Jiao Jiao." "Miss Gu, it sounds like you're treating me like an outsider. Here are some medicinal pills to clear your eyes." "Fitu," Gu Jiaojiao said with a slightly annoyed expression. She then took out 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao wanted to refuse, but Gu Jiaojiao had already flown back to Yi Yunfeng's side. Ling Xiao held the pill in his hand and did not consume it. Instead, he activated the ancient emperor's divine kung fu and began to heal his eyes. Fortunately, he had closed his eyes long ago, and Tuoba Yuan was already severely injured, so he could not unleash 30 to 40% of his strength. Otherwise, his eyes would have been crippled. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt a great deal of pain. After a while, Ling Xiao was finally able to slowly open his eyes. 2 black eyes could be seen on his face. Ling Xiao raised his hand and condensed the ice attribute into an ice mirror. He looked at his own face. "Damn, this young master's eyes are swollen like this. I'm going to be disfigured." Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and quickly continued to use the ancient emperor's divine kung fu to remove the swelling. At the same time, he flew towards Gu Mingzhu and Tuoba Yuan's position and collected their spatial rings. "This young master was kind enough to spare your lives, but you didn't know what was good for you. However, you and I can forget about having a beautiful woman as a companion after death." Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at the dead Tuoba Yuan. He then slapped his hand with the innate in-wind evil qi and corroded Tuoba Yuan's corpse. As for Gu Mingzhu, Ling Xiao felt some pity. She was a beautiful woman, but he was too lazy to care about her. Since they were all enemies, death was death. After the dark circles under his eyes disappeared, Ling Xiao flew towards Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. However, when Ling Xiao saw Yi Yunfeng fainted on the ground, he was slightly worried and asked, "Is he okay?" "His aura is still there, but I don't know why he suddenly fainted. Did he lose too much blood?" Gu Jiaojiao shrugged. She was surprised to see that Ling Xiao's eyes were actually fine. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not think that Yi Yunfeng had lost too much blood. It was probably a side effect of using his family's spirit ascension art. However, Ling Xiao sensed that something was wrong with Yi Yunfeng. Looking at the cold sweat on his face, it seemed like he was suffering from some kind of pain. In the past, after using the spirit ascension art, Yi Yunfeng would lose his spiritual energy for 3 days. During these 3 days, he would not have any spiritual energy, but he should not be in such pain. "That's right, Jiao Jiao. Can you tell me why Tuoba Yuan is chasing after Yunfeng?" Ling Xiao took out 2 pills and stuffed them into Yunfeng's mouth before asking Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao did not hide anything and quickly told Ling Xiao about what had happened a few days ago. That's how it is. It's no wonder that Tuoba Yuan is so angry. Gu Jiaojiao sighed. No matter who this happened to, they would probably be as furious as Tuoba Yuan. It should be known that imperial pills were difficult to find, and it was not easy to obtain a batch of imperial pills. However, someone else had picked up a ready-made ping. How could they not be furious? Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, "It's all because of that remnant soul. It would be a waste if I didn't take it. It's just that this brat's strength is a bit lacking. He was actually forced into this state by a few small fries. He really lost this young master's face." Gu Jiaojiao did not expect Ling Xiao to be so domineering. However, when she thought about Ling Xiao's strength and the fact that he had the ability to be domineering, she felt even more respect for Ling Xiao. Perhaps I really am not on the same level as him. Gu Jiaojiao sighed in her heart. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something. He looked at Yunfeng and muttered, "Could it be that some remnant soul is causing trouble? If that's the case, then Yunfeng is in danger." "Ling Xiao, what are you talking about?" Gu Jiaojiao couldn't quite hear what he said. "Jiaojiao, protect us. I might know what's going on with Yunfeng," Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and immediately flew into the air to observe her surroundings. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He quickly focused his mind and calmed down. Shortly after, wisps of soul power flowed out from his sea of consciousness and entered Yunfeng's sea of consciousness. Gu Jiaojiao saw this scene clearly, and her expression became incomparably shocked. This can't be real, right?" Gu Jiaojiao asked in her heart. Only an emperor-ranked expert or above could have the soul leave their body, but Ling Xiao was actually able to do it. How could Gu Jiaojiao not be shocked? In fact, Ling Xiao was forced to do this. He was sure that the remnant soul was devouring Yi Yunfeng's soul. If it succeeded, then Yi Yunfeng would no longer be Yi Yunfeng. As the boss, Ling Xiao had always been the most loyal. He couldn't just watch Yi Yunfeng fall into such a situation. Therefore, he planned to enter Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness in his soul form to help him. Ling Xiao's mental strength was already quite terrifying, and soul power and mental strength were inseparable. The stronger the mental strength, the stronger the soul power. Ling Xiao's mental strength had already reached the peak of an 8th-rank alchemist. Even emperor-ranked experts weren't as terrifying as his. Therefore, he could just barely transfer his soul into Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness. However, it was very dangerous. If his body was injured, then he would be finished. However, Yi Yunfeng's current state was very dangerous, so Ling Xiao couldn't afford to waste too much time. When Ling Xiao entered Yi Yunfeng's sea of consciousness, he actually saw that Yi Yunfeng's soul was being entangled by another fellow. It looked like the most dangerous moment was approaching. "Damn, you dare to devour my little brother? You must be tired of living." Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and attacked the fellow that was trying to devour Yi Yunfeng. The remnant soul hadn't expected that someone would be able to enter this place. It was already very weak. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yunfeng's condition was worse than its own, it definitely wouldn't have chosen to possess Yi Yunfeng at this time. Ling Xiao's soul power was very strong. The remnant soul immediately dissipated after being attacked by Ling Xiao. Why are you ruining my plans?" The remnant soul cried out in alarm. "Ruining your plans? This young master wants your soul to scatter." Ling Xiao replied, intercepting the remnant soul and attacking it again. In a battle of soul power, only the strength of the soul mattered. Ling Xiao clearly had the upper hand. When the remnant soul was about to dissipate, Ling Xiao called out to the weakened Yunfeng, "Yunfeng, come over and devour it." Boss. Yi Yunfeng reformed his state and pounced towards the remnant soul that was about to dissipate. Chapter 645. Ling Xiao retreated from Yi Yunfeng's knowledge sea, his face extremely pale. An out-of-body experience is really exhausting. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He had only been out of his body for a short while, but he already felt exhausted. This was much more terrifying than the consumption of spiritual power and spiritual power. Gu Jiaojiao descended from the sky, her beautiful eyes staring unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, as if she couldn't wait to strip Ling Xiao naked and see through him. Ling Xiao made a shy gesture. "Don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." "Pa." Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but cover her small mouth and giggle. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, she couldn't believe it was the same person who had killed without mercy. Gu Jiaojiao blinked. "Did your soul leave your body just now?" She paused for a moment, then added, "Don't deny it. I'm a 4th-grade alchemist, and I can feel your soul power fluctuations." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then changed the topic. "I didn't expect a delicate beauty like you to be a 4th-grade alchemist. My apologies." Previously, during the minor competition, Ling Xiao had seen Gu Jiaojiao in action. She was very skilled at controlling fire, so he felt that Gu Jiaojiao might be an alchemist. Now that she had admitted it, he was a little surprised. "Ha, now you know how amazing I am." Gu Jiaojiao was indeed led to another topic by Ling Xiao. Hearing Ling Xiao praise her as a beauty made her feel very comfortable. "Of course you are, and you're suitable to be my sister-in-law," Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Gu Jiaojiao's face turned red and she said, "Who wants to be your sister-in-law? He's not good enough for me in his current state." At this time, Yi Yunfeng had already regained consciousness, and he felt very uncomfortable when he heard these words. "Do I have to live under the light of boss for the rest of my life?" Yi Yunfeng asked in his mind. Ling Xiao sensed that Yi Yunfeng should have recovered, and immediately said, "Jiao, don't underestimate the potential of my brother. He is only in his early 30s now, and he will definitely break through to the heavenly venerable stage within 2 or 3 years after leaving this place. If you don't like such a man, I'm afraid it's your loss." Yi Yunfeng was touched to hear Ling Xiao praise him so highly. "Let's not talk about this anymore. What do you plan to do next?" Gu Jiaojiao didn't want to dwell on this topic. She couldn't hide the disappointment in her heart. "Everything can wait until Yunfeng recovers." Ling Xiao nodded before handing Gu Mingzhu's space ring to Gu Jiaojiao and taking out 100 emperor pills. "This is your reward for saving Yunfeng." Gu Jiaojiao couldn't hide her excitement as she unceremoniously put away the space ring and the 100 emperor pills. She wasn't after the items in Gu Mingzhu's spatial ring. What she really wanted were the 100 monarch pills. With them, it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 100 combat emperors. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yunfeng didn't leave this place. Yi Yunfeng's injuries had also recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng, who had become much more stable. He felt that Yi Yunfeng had finally gained something after nearly a year of tempering. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that Yi Yunfeng's eyes had become much sharper, as if he had the aura of an expert without being angry. At the same time, when he looked at Gu Jiaojiao, he had also become more confident, as if he was slowly transforming. The more Ling Xiao looked, the more satisfied he was. He thought to himself, perhaps it has something to do with devouring that remnant soul. Ling Xiao knew that devouring another person's soul would allow one to obtain the majority of the soul's memories. Yi Yunfeng had obtained the remnant soul of a pseudo-emperor. This remnant soul was definitely a genuine emperor rank existence when it was alive. A person of this level would definitely have many good inherited memories. Yi Yunfeng's future path would be much smoother. Ling Xiao gave a portion of the emperor pills to Yi Yunfeng. He believed that these emperor pills would be enough for Yi Yunfeng to enter the top 100. As for the top 10, it might be a little difficult. After all, Ling Xiao also wanted to leave a large portion of the emperor pills for him to break through to the first sovereign rank. "Let's go, we still have some time. Let's find more emperor pills," Ling Xiao said and immediately flew in a certain direction. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng followed behind him. As the time to leave approached, Ling Xiao desperately searched for the resentful souls in various places, striving to obtain more emperor pills as soon as possible. Gu Jiaojiao finally saw the even more terrifying side of Ling Xiao. How could she have imagined that a single person could take away the emperor pills in the midst of resentful souls? How could she have imagined that a single person could kill and absorb the souls of those pseudo-emperors and even emperors? If this were to spread, no one would believe that this was something that a peak earthly emperor could do, right? Along the way, Gu Jiaojiao could not help but pester Yi Yunfeng out of curiosity. She asked about Ling Xiao's background and whether it was possible to attract Ling Xiao to her Gu clan. After many pleading questions, Yi Yunfeng finally could not help but reveal Ling Xiao's identity as a 6th-grade alchemist. This time, Gu Jiaojiao was completely shocked. Although there were many 6th-grade alchemists in the central region, this was the first time she had seen such a young one. When she had advanced to the 4th-grade alchemist, her family had praised her as a rare genius. Now, in front of this genius, the gap was simply too big. One must know that Ling Xiao was younger than her by more than 10 years. She could not help but sigh in her heart at how abnormal Ling Xiao was. Perhaps the spiritual martial hall or the medicine sect would be tempted if they saw him. During this period, the three of them also encountered some earthly emperors who came to rob the emperor pills. This was because towards the end, all the people who were still alive would more or less have a lot of emperor pills in their hands, and robbing was the fastest source of income. This was also the highlight of this competition. What was a combat emperor? What was a killer emperor? What was the #1 martial emperor? Only after going through a lot of killing could one obtain such an honorable title. Here, whoever's fist was harder would be the one in the right. They did not care whether you were from a great power or not. As long as they obtained the emperor pills, they would do it no matter what method they used. The fate of those earthly emperors who robbed Ling Xiao and the other two could be imagined. They could only be robbed instead. This also caused the number of emperor pills Ling Xiao and the others to increase rapidly. This made Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yun unable to close their mouths. The two of them entering the top 100 combat emperors was a matter of fact. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Following Ling Xiao was undoubtedly much better than following Tuoba Yuan back then. After all, Tuoba Yuan's team had too many people, and the emperor pills that they obtained were divided among themselves, so they didn't get many. On the other hand, Ling Xiao almost always went to get the emperor pills by himself, and in the end, he even gave her a lot of shares. This made her feel that Ling Xiao was too generous. Unknowingly, there was less than a month left until they left. At this time, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was actually filled to the brim. In his sea of consciousness, other than the two strange pearls, the rest of the space was filled with pure and vast mental energy. With the current Ling Xiao's mental energy, he was probably comparable to an ordinary saint. In the future, when he reached a higher realm, there would be no problem for him to refine high-level pellets. He only needed to hone his experience. There are only 20 days left. I need to expand my sea of consciousness a little more. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with the current situation. This place had the natural advantage of absorbing remnant souls to increase his mental energy, and he didn't want to let go of any chance to increase his strength. As long as he replenished his mental energy, he would definitely be able to cultivate a high-level mental energy incantation after a period of quiet cultivation, and he would have more mental energy to squander. Ling Xiao brought Gu Jiaojiao and Yunfeng to a place where there were no vengeful spirits roaming. After giving them some instructions, he opened a cave and entered a short period of seclusion. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao directly entered the second level of the cauldron. The cauldron spirit, Dark Light, instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Master." Ling Xiao raised his eyes and then said calmly, "I want to exchange for 10 high-grade 6th-grade thorn snake vines." "Sure, Master. Please take out 10 high-grade 6th-grade spirit herbs for exchange." Darklight nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao's face twitched, and after showing the 10 high-grade 6th-grade spirit herbs to Darklight, he planted them in the spiritual field. "All right, Master, you can go and get the thorn snake vines," Darklight replied. Ling Xiao was unhappy. "I really don't know if this cauldron belongs to me. Exchanging one for one just for a few spirit herbs? What a scam." After obtaining the thorn snake vines, Ling Xiao left the cauldron and then swallowed a thorn snake vine. The thorn snake vine was a spirit herb that could expand one's sea of knowledge. This type of spirit herb was extremely rare, and Ling Xiao had collected spirit herbs for many years, but he didn't have any in stock. Fortunately, there were some planted in the cauldron, or else he really wouldn't know where to find them. However, most spirit herbs that could expand one's sea of knowledge would have to endure extraordinary pain after consuming them, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to endure such torment. If Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to expand his sea of knowledge, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After all, if he wasn't careful, the pain would cause great damage and impact to his sea of knowledge. When the medicinal properties of the thorn snake vine began to take effect, spirit snakes actually appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. These spirit snakes bit towards the barrier around Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. They were using this method to expand Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao only felt that his head was being bitten by thousands of insects, and the pain caused him to break out in cold sweat. Even with his amazing willpower, he still bit his lips until they bled. But Ling Xiao seemed to have gone mad, and both his fists continuously bombarded the surrounding rock walls. Bang bang. He seemed to be using this method to vent the bursts of pain in his mind. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng, who were outside, heard Ling Xiao's screams, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They wanted to go in and see what was going on, but before Ling Xiao went in, he had instructed them not to go in no matter what they heard, so they stopped in their tracks. Does Ling Xiao usually cultivate like this? Gu Jiaojiao asked Yi Yunfeng with a puzzled expression. Yi Yunfeng shook his head and said, "No, boss isn't a masochist." Gu Jiaojiao confirmed that Yi Yunfeng's words were true, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the cave entrance not far away. She thought to herself, "He's so cruel to himself, no wonder he's so outstanding." Chapter 646. Ling Xiao painstakingly cultivated his spiritual force and used it to kill his opponents. Now, he finally had a taste of the pain of his sea of consciousness being bitten. The feeling of being bitten on the head by a myriad of insects was simply so painful that it made one go crazy. Ordinary people would have already been tortured to madness by this kind of pain. However, Ling Xiao's willpower was astonishing. He forcibly endured it. His fists did not circulate any spiritual force and continued to hit the rocks around him. Golden blood appeared on his fists. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally stopped his heart-wrenching screams. Right now, Ling Xiao's entire body was drenched and his handsome face had become incomparably pale. It was as if he had experienced a serious illness. Anyone who saw him would feel heartache. However, under his pale face, there seemed to be a faint smile. He reluctantly sat up and immediately meditated to recover his state. After a while, Ling Xiao's state had recovered a lot and he swallowed another thorn snake vine. A new round of pain attacked him once again and crazy screams resounded in his ears. After 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao finally swallowed all 10 thorn snake vines. After the torment of his sea of consciousness, he finally got his reward. His sea of consciousness had expanded by 1/3 of its original space. Don't underestimate this third of space. This space could accommodate 6 or 7 quasi-emperor remnant souls. After doing all this, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion and once again headed towards the danger zone with more resentful souls. However, time was tight and he could not find more quasi-emperor remnant souls. After absorbing 2 quasi-emperor remnant souls, it was almost time to go out. In the next few days, Ling Xiao's group of 3 did not continue to search for emperor pills. Instead, they focused on recuperating from their recent exhaustion. When there were still 5 days left to go out, the sound of an intense battle attracted the attention of the 3. It seems that the closer we get to the end, the better. Ling Xiao sighed. Gu Jiaojiao nodded and said, "That's right. Resentful souls are indeed scary, but they are far from being as scary as the people around you. Even allies can become hostile at any time." "Boss, should we go and take a look?" Yi Yunfeng asked. Yi Yunfeng didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Ling Xiao revealed an evil smile and said, "I'd be a bastard if I didn't take advantage of the situation." After saying that, he took the lead and flew towards the direction of the battle. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng followed closely behind. The 3 of them arrived 1,000 meters away from the intense battle and watched the battle from afar. "They seem to be ganging up on one person?" Gu Jiaojiao said in surprise. "A dozen people ganging up on one person. That person's power must be pretty good." Why do I feel like he looks familiar? Yi Yunfeng muttered. A green light flashed across Ling Zhao's dragon eyes, and he immediately took in the scene in the distance. It's him, Ling Xiao said with a surprised look on his face. Boss, who is he? Yi Yunfeng asked. Because the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and the elemental lights kept flashing, Yi Yunfeng could not see very clearly. Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao replied with a faint fighting spirit. It's him. Yi Yunfeng was also surprised. Back then, Yuan Zhantian entered the top 10 of the minor competition with the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. He was even more famous than his boss, Ling Xiao, so Yuan Zhantian left a deep impression on Yi Yunfeng. Most importantly, Yuan Zhantian had the Sacred Battle Ape's Tenbin magic power. This was what Yi Yunfeng could not forget. Currently, Yuan Zhantian was no longer a low-level earthly emperor, but a genuine high-level earthly emperor. He had actually jumped 2 levels in a short period of 1 year. This level of Tenbin was really unparalleled. Yuan Zhantian was besieged by a dozen earthly emperors, but he did not seem anxious at all. There was a proud look in his eyes, and the golden rod in his hands swept in all directions. Those earthly emperors were all forced into a sorry state. 2 or 3 earthly emperors were even smashed into meat patties by the golden rod. These earthly emperors were obviously forced into a panic. Many of them summoned their flying spirit beasts, and the situation became even more intense. Yuan Zhantian also gradually revealed his battle Tenbin. A huge shadow of a sacred battle ape appeared majestically in the sky above everyone. Those flying spirit beasts felt the pressure of the sacred beast, and several of them fell from the sky. Yuan Zhantian shouted in surprise. The golden rod in his hand began to grow bigger and longer, as if it had become a pillar that supported the heavens. Yuan Zhantian waved the enlarged golden rod, and it had the power to sweep away thousands of soldiers. Wherever the golden rod went, people and beasts were smashed until they vomited blood, were seriously injured, or died. The spirit weapons in their hands were directly shattered. Seeing this scene, Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng were shocked. Both of them were obviously frightened by Yuan Zhantian's terrifying combat strength. Ling Zhao's expression also became serious. What amazing strength! Even a heavenly venerable might not be able to block one of his rod. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to control the warlike blood in his body. The shadow of a golden dragon slowly emerged. Boss, what are you doing? Yi Yunfeng asked from the side. Just now, they had the thought of picking up a ready-made item. Now that Yi Yunfeng had seen Yuan Zhantian's shocking strength, he no longer had any other thoughts. He just wanted to leave immediately. He did not want to be smashed into meat paste. Although his boss's combat strength was also abnormal, the name of the sacred battle ape had been famous since ancient times. Therefore, he still did not want his boss to have any conflict with Yuan Zhantian. More than 10 high-level earthly emperors and 7 or 8 flying spirit beasts were all killed by Yuan Zhantian in less than an hour. None of them survived. Naturally, their emperor elixirs were all in Yuan Zhantian's hands. Too strong. Gu Jiaojiao swallowed her saliva. Previously, when she saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Tuoba Yuan, she already felt that it was earth-shattering. Now, Yuan Zhantian's battle opened her eyes even more. She could not help but wonder if this was really the strength that an earthly emperor should have. Even a heavenly venerable might not have such terrifying combat strength. When Yuan Zhantian kept all the spoils, his sharp gaze shot towards Ling Xiao and the other two. Gu Jiaojiao and Yunfeng felt their bodies and hearts tremble. They actually had stage fright. In the end, Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian stared at each other. The aura on his body rose steadily. The shadow of a golden dragon roared continuously above his head. Yuan Zhantian seemed to have sensed Ling Zhao's fighting spirit. The shadow of a sacred battle ape appeared above his head again. His fighting spirit was similarly high and fearless. The two of them flew towards each other at the same time. The two of them stopped about 10 meters away from each other. Their auras had already clashed, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Their auras did not relax at all. Finally, Ling Xiao said, full of fighting spirit, "How about we fight in a day's time? Why wait a day? I can fight with you right now. Yuan Zhantian did not back down at all. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. I don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight here at noon tomorrow. Having said that, he withdrew his aura, turned around, and left with Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. Yuan Zhantian did not linger. He landed on the ground to recover the spiritual power he had consumed. He was not grateful for Ling Xiao's modesty. He felt that even if he did not recover his qi, he could still defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the others did not go too far. They chose a quiet place to settle down. Ling Xiao, why do you want to challenge him? Gu Jiaojiao asked, puzzled. That's our boss. We are preparing to go out now. You can decide your battle with him after we get out. Yi Yunfeng said from the side. Are you guys not confident in me? Ling Xiao did not answer. How could that be? I just feel that it is not appropriate for boss to fight to the death with him now, Yi Yunfeng said, a little embarrassed. He had already seen Yuan Zhantian's strength. Now that Yuan Zhantian's strength had improved greatly, there would definitely be a fierce battle between him and Ling Xiao. If they were discovered by other forces during the battle, they would be in trouble. You don't have to worry. My battle with him is destined. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he was not as calm as he looked. He vaguely felt that his battle with Yuan Zhantian was destined to happen sooner or later. Could this be a fated battle? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng knew that it would be difficult to change Ling Xiao's mind, so they did not say anything more. Both of them were looking forward to the battle tomorrow. How intense would it be? The night passed quickly. Noon was approaching. Ling Xiao, Gu Jiaojiao, and Yi Yunfeng once again arrived at the agreed place. Ling Xiao, I wish you victory. Gu Jiaojiao cheered for Ling Xiao. Boss, I know you will win. Yi Yunfeng said firmly. Ling Xiao made a hand gesture. Victory is certain. You guys should stay away. It would be bad if you guys get hurt. Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng did not dare to hesitate and quietly retreated 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian and asked, How's your condition? Yesterday, he did not immediately start a fight with Yuan Zhantian because he saw that Yuan Zhantian was exhausted. He hoped to have a fair fight with Yuan Zhantian. He wanted to see how terrifying the sacred battling ape's power was. Defeating you is not a problem. Yuan Zhantian replied without hesitation. Ling Xiao smiled. That may not be the case. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why so much nonsense? Yuan Zhantian said impatiently. Don't you think this is too boring? Why don't we add some stakes? Ling Xiao said unhurriedly. Do you dare to bet 500 emperor pills? Yuan Zhantian seemed to know what Ling Xiao was thinking and immediately shouted. Just what I want. Ling Xiao smiled. He took out 500 emperor pills and threw them at Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng. Yuan Zhantian also threw 500 emperor pills at them, seemingly not worried that they would run away with them. At the same time, both of their auras finally erupted at this moment. Come on, let me fight to my heart's content today. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. As you wish. Yuan Zhantian replied heroically. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 647. The chaotic war abyss was a desolate and bleak land, and a chilly wind blew past without stopping. Two dignified warriors stood in the wind, their robes fluttering in the wind, their expressions solemn. 1,000 meters away from them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman watched from afar. The battle hasn't even started and I can already feel the terrifying aura. I'm afraid they're even stronger than the leaders of the major forces. The beautiful woman with dimples sighed. I don't know about Yuan Zhantian, but boss is definitely stronger than them, the young man said firmly. Others might not know about Ling Xiao's trump card, but it was impossible for him not to know. That formless attack that could kill without a trace, even among the celestial master ranks, no one was a match for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had improved greatly, he might not even be afraid of an emperor rank expert. That's not entirely true. As far as I know, the two from the martial spirit court and the black demon sect are definitely no weaker than them. The leaders of the other major forces might be a notch weaker, the beautiful woman replied. The disciples trained by the martial spirit court and the black demon sect were certainly extraordinary, so she believed that the two in front of her were on par with the two in front of her. What she did not know was that the devil's son had been scared off by Ling Xiao not long ago. The young man pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. At this time, the battle between the two not far away finally started. The golden dragon roared and the holy ape cried. The two did not move, but the shadows above them had already started fighting. The golden dragon's figure flipped and swept, and the holy ape attacked agilely. Both of them displayed their magical powers, fighting to their heart's content. Die! Yuan Zhantian suddenly burst forth with a strong killing intent. His whole body soared into the air, the golden staff in his hand smashing toward Ling Xiao's head. His speed was no less than that of a wind attribute warrior. A fiery long sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. This fiery sword was the sacred flaming sword from the four dried corpses cave. Ling Xiao did not use his golden dragon spear, but he did not mean to look down on Yuan Zhantian. He just did not want to rely on his weapon to win. In fact, he had no choice but to use the fire attribute sword. After all, the ice and fire sword was only a rank 7 intermediate spiritual weapon. It would not be able to withstand Yuan Zhantian's golden rod. Ling Xiao raised his sword above his head to block Yuan Zhantian's golden rod. Ding! The weapons collided and created a large amount of sparks. Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed into the ground, and he quickly fell down. Ling Xiao felt a faint pain coming from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. He exclaimed in his heart, "What a powerful brute force!" However, before Ling Xiao's figure could settle down, Yuan Zhantian had already charged at him again. The golden rods attacked Ling Xiao from all directions, as if they wanted to smash him into a meat patty. Ling Xiao's reaction speed was very fast, but he could only parry the attacks. However, Ling Xiao's warlike and hot-blooded heart was gradually boiling. Ling Xiao's combat power grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, he increased his combat power by 5 times. The sacred flaming sword in his hand continuously clashed with the golden rod. Ling Xiao gradually broke away from his passive defense. What a powerful force! What a fast speed! This is an opponent that I, Ling Xiao, should take seriously. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The flaming sword in his hand released countless sword chi. Sword Overlord Technique, First Form, Sword Scar. The terrifying fiery sword scar tore through the sky and the sword light slashed towards Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's eyes flashed with astonishment. He did not seem to expect Ling Xiao to be able to fight with him for so long. A ferocious look flashed across his cold face. The golden rod in his hand kept spinning like a golden wheel, incessantly blasting away the sweeping sword chi. However, Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity and surrounded Yuan Zhantian with an endless stream of fiery sword chi. Let's see how long you can last. Ling Xiao sneered. Yuan Zhantian's spiritual energy was much denser than others of the same level. Since he had a large amount of spiritual energy to use, he planned to exhaust Yuan Zhantian to death. However, Ling Xiao's plans seemed to be a little inappropriate. Yuan Zhantian was actually getting stronger as the battle went on. It was as if Yuan Zhantian had an endless supply of energy. Not only could he blast away his fiery sword chi, but he could also exert pressure on Ling Xiao's counterattack. The tyrannical counterforce made Ling Xiao's palms numb. Since your brute force is stronger than others, I will use gentleness to break toughness. Ling Xiao secretly thought of a countermeasure. Sword Overlord Technique, Second Move, Sword Cloud. The originally overbearing and fierce sword chi suddenly became lingering and melodious. Like water and clouds, the sword chi surrounded Yuan Zhantian and attacked him. The sword chi seemed to be able to constantly change its speed and attack direction, making it difficult for others to grasp. As Ling Xiao's strength continued to increase, the Sword Overlord technique became even more powerful in his hands. Yuan Zhantian seemed to have sensed the difficulty of this move and his expression finally changed slightly. Fighting Heaven Staff, Second Move, Staff in all directions. Countless rod shadows formed a defensive iron bucket, dispelling the incoming sword chi. Many rod shadows even broke through the sword chi and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Bang! Bang! Gu Jiaojiao and Yi Yunfeng, who were watching the fierce battle from afar, were mesmerized. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian's strength had already far surpassed those of the same level. The battle between them was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience. The more the two fought, the more ferocious they became. Powerful elemental attacks rippled out continuously, and terrifying explosions rang out in all directions. Not far away from them, many earthly sovereigns who had already given up on searching for the Emperor Elixir and were waiting to leave felt the two powerful energy waves. Who is fighting? What a terrifying aura! I'm afraid even a low-level heavenly venerable is no better than this. Such powerful attacks? Could it be a battle between the leaders of the major forces? In a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, there is bound to be a casualty. It seems like there is a ready-made piece for us to pick up. There is still a good show to watch before we leave. Let's see who is making such a big fuss. Swish! One by one, powerful figures rushed over from the surroundings. These earthly sovereigns were the ones who had survived the chaotic abyss of war. Among them, a few major forces had also arrived. Oh no, why are they here? What if they try to snatch the Emperor Elixir? Gu Jiaojiao exclaimed worriedly when she felt the approaching auras. Don't be afraid, Jiaojiao. They won't dare to do anything. Yi Yunfeng comforted her, but he was actually quite worried. After a while, 200 to 300 earthly sovereigns had gathered in the surroundings. They stared intently at the two people in the middle of the battle, and their expressions became one of shock. It's that Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian were both low-level earthly emperors, and many people remembered their names. I never thought that the two of them would already be high-level earthly emperors. They must have had some fortuitous encounters. Another person exclaimed. This trip was not in vain. Based on the two of them, they must have obtained a lot of Emperor Elixirs. Many people who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth began to have ideas about the two of them. Didn't you see their strength? If you want to die, go and rob them. I'm afraid you won't even know what happened. Big brother, that's Ling Xiao, he didn't die. He didn't die. In another direction, a valiant woman wearing an exquisite energy guard armor pulled a handsome young man beside her and cried out in surprise. Her words were quite excited. The handsome young man smiled faintly and said, Big brother saw it, little sister, don't be so excited. This young man and woman were the Gu siblings, and behind them were the earthly sovereigns of the Gu clan. There were obviously 2 or 3 people missing, and it seemed that things did not go smoothly in the past year. Beside the brother and sister, there was an extremely charming woman who spoke up. Little sister Gu, have you developed feelings for brother Ling? Big sister is so envious. The one who spoke was the leader of the Bu clan, Bu Qing. Her Bu clan had even fewer people, with only 6 of them left. As soon as she said this, Gu Xiaohe's face revealed some shyness, but she nodded directly and said, He saved me several times, it's normal for me to like him. Gu Xiaohe was straightforward and was not afraid to admit it. Bu Qing laughed and then sighed. Unfortunately, he is already the son-in-law of the Feng clan. Is little sister willing to be his concubine? Not only did Gu Xiaohe not get angry, but she also said confidently, as long as I have his heart, he will give up on other women. Besides, the Gu clan is not inferior to the Feng clan. Gu Yufei shook his head as he listened. He knew that his little sister was a little willful, but once she decided on something, it was hard to change her mind. He was afraid that this matter would cause another headache. As more and more people came, the two people fighting seemed to have noticed something. However, they did not care too much about it. After all, in their eyes, these people were not a threat at all. Brother Yuan, be careful, I'm going to increase my attack. Ling Xiao reminded and fought with Yuan Zhantian. After retreating 100 meters, he quickly swung the flying flame sword in his hand and waves of fire spiritual qi gathered towards him. Yuan Zhantian shook his golden rod and shouted, Come on, no matter how strong you are, you will be the one to lose in the end. After Ling Xiao finished gathering his energy, a terrifying fire light flickered around his body. The surrounding space seemed to have been burned by the flames, and the flying flame sword in Ling Zhao's hand moved faster and faster, making it difficult for people to see where the sword shadows were. Limitless Doppelganger Art, 24 Doppelgangers. Sword Overlord Technique, Third Sword Fusion Sword, Tyrant Cloud Sword. Ling Zhao used his two strongest moves at the same time. 24 doppelgangers charged at Yuan Zhantian from different directions. The fire swords in their hands emitted a frightening fire elemental sword chi. The sword chi was fast and swift, domineering, yet it did not lose the ability to combine hardness and softness. 24 sword strikes at the same time, countless sword chi filled the air. These sword chi seemed to want to cut the world into pieces before they were satisfied. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all shocked. Cold sweat began to drip down their backs. They could feel the terrifying killing sword chi. They could not help but imagine that if they were to face this move, they would be cut into countless pieces by the sword chi. In the distance, a black figure shot over like the wind. He stopped and looked at the scene in a daze. He said to himself in a cold voice, "Kid, your strength is not bad. However, I will repay you 10 times over for injuring me." Chapter 648. Ling Zhao's 24 clones used the fourth form of the Sword Tyrant technique at the same time. For a moment, the world was enveloped by a terrifying fire-type sword chi, as if the world was about to be sliced into countless pieces. Yuan Zhantian, who was within the sword chi, was drowned in it. What a frightening clone technique, what a frightening sword technique. Is this really a technique from the earthly sovereign? I'm afraid even a heavenly sovereign can only run away from this move. This guy is too abnormal. With his strength alone, he can fight against a dozen of us at the same time. No wonder he had the strength to challenge the medicine gate. The surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the attacks of the 24 clones. Even the outstanding talents of the major powers that had arrived were visibly moved. "Big brother, can you take this move?" Gu Xiaohe asked with reverence in her eyes. Gu Yufei smiled bitterly and replied, "I can take it, but what?" Gu Xiaohe asked. "But even if I don't die, I'll be heavily injured. This guy is too abnormal. This attack is at least at the level of a mid-stage heavenly sovereign," Gu Yufei said. Bu Qing revealed a solemn expression. "That's right. He's probably using a half-step divine artifact. Even if I have the holy light barrier, I'm afraid I won't be able to take this move. This Ling Zhao is really strong." She didn't know why, but her heart was moved. Perhaps this was the kind of worship that beauties had for heroes. As expected of the man that I, Gu Xiaohe, have taken a fancy to. Gu Xiaohe seemed to have already decided on Ling Zhao, causing people to exclaim shamelessly in front of everyone. It was just that no one paid attention to her exclamation. On the other side were the people from the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong's tower-like body was like a crane in a flock of chickens no matter where he went. The charming woman standing beside him was especially disproportionate to him. This woman was his cousin, Dongfang Jing. "Big brother, can you block this move with your boulder divine art?" Dongfang Jing's phoenix eyes flashed as she asked. Dongfang Xiong replied in a loud and clear voice, "Just relying on the boulder divine art won't be enough to block the attack of a half-step holy artifact. If you add that defensive half-step holy artifact, it won't be difficult to block it, but it's inevitable that you'll suffer some injuries." "Then can you beat him if you fight him?" Dongfang Jingyan asked with interest. Dongfang Xiong stared at the sky and finally said, 50-50. "This handsome man is really not bad." Dongfang Jingyu pointed at her jade lips and chuckled. Dongfang Xiong looked at his arrogant cousin with some surprise. He thought to himself, could it be that this brat can really move little Jing? Surrounded by Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers, Yuan Zhantian's expression turned serious. However, he did not show any signs of anxiety. Layers of golden armor appeared around his body. This armor was very similar to the sacred battle ape skin. It must be a powerful form of defense. At the same time, the golden rod in his hands spun continuously. His fists gradually increased, from the original pair of hands to 2 pairs, 3 pairs, finally, countless pairs of hands appeared around him, spinning the golden rod. The golden rod continuously swept away the powerful sword chi. A very powerful move, but it's still far from being able to defeat me. Yuan Zhantian's eyes revealed a scarlet color. After muttering to himself, he roared in shock. He had begun his counterattack. Fighting Heaven Rod third form, sweeping shadow swift spin. The golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand swept out countless spinning circles. These golden spinning circles were like sharp weapons that not only rippled away the sword chi, but also blasted towards Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers. However, even though there were many golden spinning circles, it was impossible for all of them to blast away Ling Zhao's pervasive sword chi. Yuan Zhantian's body already had many sword wounds, but these sword wounds only tore his clothes and did not hurt his flesh. The sword chi was vast and mighty, the golden rod showed its might, the golden dragon roared, and the sacred ape cried. For a moment, the surrounding air was shaken to the point that not a single bit was left. The rocks below were blasted into countless deep pits by the splashing energy. Stone chips flew everywhere. Many of the earthly sovereigns who were watching hurriedly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ling Zhao's 24 doppelgangers were finally blasted away by the golden rod. Only his real body charged towards Yuan Zhantian's throat. Before the sharp sword chi reached Yuan Zhantian already felt suffocated. Yuan Zhantian did not expect that all the attacks he had blocked were from the doppelgangers. The real killing blow was from Ling Zhao's real body. Faced with this swift sword, there was no way for him to avoid it. Yuan Zhantian roared at the sky just before the tip of the sword pierced his throat. Golden light flashed continuously, and his thick armor became more solid. At this moment, he seemed to have become a real sacred battling ape. His combat power increased rapidly, and his powerful aura caused even Ling Zhao to look askance. Your battle prowess has increased very quickly, but you're still going to lose. Ling Zhao thought to himself, and the flaming sword once again sped up. Ding! The flaming sword had indeed pierced Yuan Zhantian's throat. However, it was as if the tip of the sword had pierced an extremely hard metal. A metallic sound rang out, and the tip of the sword had only penetrated a third of Yuan Zhantian's armor. At most, it had only touched the skin of his throat. It did not cause any harm to him. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed again. They all knew that Ling Zhao's body was unparalleled, but when they saw Yuan Zhantian's body, it was even more shocking. Yuan Zhantian could even block a half-grade sacred weapon. Could it be that he had really cultivated the sacred battling ape golden body? However, they did not have time to think too much. Their eyes were glued to the following changes without blinking. Ling Zhao's attack did not succeed, and he was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to retreat, an ominous feeling came over him. Not good. Yuan Zhantian's scarlet eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. The golden rod in his hand was infused with 10% of his strength and smashed onto the flaming sword. Ding! Another metallic sound rang out, and sparks flew. The flaming sword had actually been smashed into two by the golden rod. The flaming sword was a half-grade sacred weapon. It had actually been smashed into two just like that. Yuan Zhantian's golden rod was definitely a true sacred weapon. Ling Zhao already knew that Yuan Zhantian would definitely retaliate in a frenzy, but he could not retreat immediately. He could only use his other palm to ruthlessly slap Yuan Zhantian. His palm did hit, but what followed next was tragic for him. "You're going to lose." Yuan Zhantian roared, and the golden rod in his hand smashed mercilessly toward Ling Zhao's body. Fighting Heaven Rod fourth form, myriad rod dance. Countless golden rods suddenly appeared, and dense rod shadows smashed toward Ling Zhao's body. These rod shadows were like tornadoes, trapping Ling Zhao and smashing toward Ling Zhao's vital points at the same time. From afar, everyone could only see a golden storm of rod shadows. No one could see what was happening to Ling Zhao. However, they all knew that Ling Zhao was probably going to lose. Faced with such a close distance, and the golden rod was a sacred weapon, even if his body was made of metal, he would still be smashed into a pulp. "Boss!" Yi Yunfeng clenched his fist and shouted. He wanted to rush forward to help Ling Xiao, but he knew that his boss was too proud to let anyone interfere with his battle. Gu Jiaojiao, Gu Xiaohe, and Bu Qing's expressions changed slightly. None of them expected that Ling Xiao, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, would suddenly be unable to fight back. That person seems to be Yuan Zhantian. I didn't expect his strength to reach the peak of the earthly sovereign realm, and his combat strength is even more terrifying. I heard that he advanced to the top 1,000 competition with an absolute advantage as a low-level earthly sovereign. Now that I've seen him in this battle, it seems that he has obtained the inheritance of the sacred battling ape. This young man is really lucky. That's right. I'm afraid that he will have a place in the sacred level in the future. With his sacred battling ape's battle strength, I'm afraid he will have a chance to meet the 4 legendary warriors. That's true, but I wonder if he will die young. The surrounding earthly sovereigns started discussing again, and they looked at Yuan Zhantian with awe. All of them were arrogant and unruly. To be able to make them submit, Yuan Zhantian was indeed worthy of being one of the imperial exterminators. Bang! In the end, the golden rod smashed heavily on Ling Xiao's waist, and Ling Xiao fell from the sky like a cannonball and landed heavily on the ground. The rocks on the ground were sent flying, and a deep pit was formed in the ground. Ling Xiao fell to the ground, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Ling Xiao! Gu Xiaohe shouted and was about to fly in the direction of Ling Xiao. Gu Yufei reached out and pulled Gu Xiaohe back, saying, "Don't get involved in this. If Ling Xiao doesn't lose, his reputation will be ruined, and you will lose the chance to pursue him forever." Gu Xiaohe bit her lips, and her face was full of worry. She knew that her brother was right, but she did not take a step forward in the end. "Don't worry, little sister Gu. Maybe he hasn't lost yet," Bu Qing said calmly as she looked at the place where Ling Xiao had landed. In another direction, Dongfang Xiong was tongue-tied. This Yuan Zhantian's body is comparable to a divine instrument. This person is too scary. Dongfang Jing nodded repeatedly. His body has become a sage. He can be considered a different kind of sage. It's a pity. His appearance is a little lacking. Yuan Zhantian was covered in armor, and his appearance seemed to have become like a sacred battle ape. It was true that women did not like him very much. Yuan Zhantian breathed lightly, and his expression did not relax at all as he stared at the ground and murmured, "Lost? It shouldn't be so easy." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering dragon roar rang out from underground. An 8-clawed golden dragon broke out of the ground. Its 100-meter-long body shone with golden light, dazzling the surroundings, and the dragon's roar traveled thousands of miles. A figure seemed to be stepping on the dragon's back as it slowly rose up. This figure was handsome and dignified, overflowing with dragon chi. From afar, he looked like an ancient god of war, giving people the urge to kneel down. Chapter 649. A slender figure stood on top of the dragon's head. His entire body was covered in golden blood. Not only did the blood not look hideous or disgusting, but it complemented the golden radiance he was emitting, making him look elegant and graceful. The golden radiance flickered endlessly. The wounds caused by the golden rod and the twisted joints were constantly mending themselves. It was a very strange and surprising sight. The surrounding people were amazed to see that Ling Xiao was still alive after being smashed by the sacred weapon. Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe looked at the golden radiance and the powerful dragon silhouette on Ling Xiao's body, and their faces were filled with shock. "Big brother, isn't that the Vajra 5 transformation technique that we cultivate?" Gu Xiaohe pointed at Ling Xiao and exclaimed in shock. Gu Yufei's expression turned solemn. "That's right, from the looks of it he should have mastered it. How did he get his hands on the Vajra 5 transformation technique?" "Our ancestor once said that this technique only belongs to our Gu family and has never been passed on to outsiders. Could it be that it was passed down after that incident 100 years ago?" Gu Xiaohe guessed. "No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this." Gu Yufei stared at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists. "Isn't that the golden dragon spear I left behind? It's actually in his hands." Gu Xiaohe exclaimed with joy. Gu Yufei frowned and did not say anything else. He was secretly worried that Ling Xiao would not hand over the golden dragon spear so easily. After all, it was a sacred weapon. Brother you hit me so hard. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said faintly. But, it feels better this way. Having been in the world for so long, this was the first time Ling Xiao was in such a sorry state in a fight against someone of the same level. Yuan Zhantian's combat power and defense were not any weaker than his. This made Ling Xiao even more eager to fight. At this moment, Ling Xiao was constantly recovering his wounds using the ancient emperor's immortal skill. His battle strength had increased from 5 times to 20 times. His dragon-shaped battle chi had increased in all aspects. His whole body was covered with colorful dragon-scale armor. The 8-clawed golden dragon above his head became more and more solid, showing the majesty of an emperor. Ling Xiao's broken sacred soaring fire sword had been replaced by the golden dragon spear. This was the perfect fighting form for Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao said that, he waved the golden dragon spear in his hand. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art First Move. Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. The 8-clawed golden dragon seemed to descend from the sky, roaring in the sky. The dragon's body churned endlessly, as if it wanted to turn the world upside down before it could be satisfied. Yuan Zhantian had already realized the terror of this move. He no longer hid his strength, and his whole body began to change. At this moment, his body was no longer the simple defensive armor of a sacred battle ape. Instead, his whole body began to transform, changing from a human to a half-human half-ape. His golden fur stood up, emitting a strong glow. His body suddenly grew taller by 3 inches, and all his muscles turned into those of an ape. Only his face remained human, but his scarlet eyes and terrifying fangs gave people a feeling of fear. The surrounding people were in an uproar again. They did not expect Yuan Zhantian to have such a mysterious tenbin. Could it be that Yuan Zhantian was originally a descendant of a sacred battle ape? Question marks kept jumping in the minds of the crowd, but no matter how they thought about it, they were sure that Yuan Zhantian and the sacred battle ape were closely related. Just as the golden dragon smashed down, Yuan Zhantian had already completed his transformation. The golden rod in his hand had also grown to the size of a pillar. Compared to its original tiny appearance, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. He roared and smashed the golden rod at the golden dragon. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful moves collided, producing a terrifying reverberating sound. Although Yuan Zhantian managed to block this move, he was still sent flying dozens of meters away by Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's combat power was increased by 20 times, he could even fight a high-level heavenly venerate. His brute force was no weaker than Yuan Zhantian's. If not for Yuan Zhantian's strange transformation, Ling Xiao would have seriously injured him. However, Ling Xiao would not let this matter rest after just 1 move. He took ethereal steps and swept towards Yuan Zhantian like the wind. The golden dragon spear technique in his hand danced again. Small golden dragons circled around the tip of the spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique, 2nd move, Dancing with the Dragons. 8 miniature golden dragons rushed out from Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear at the same time. Their ferocious roars gave off an even greater pressure than that of the huge golden dragon. These 8 golden dragons seemed to be alive. They actually split up and pounced from different directions. It looked as though they were dancing together and roaring. Yuan Zhantian did not dare to be careless in the face of these 8 golden dragons. He held the golden rod with both hands and swung it. Fighting Heaven Rod Technique, 5th move, Sweeping the World. This was a move that used brute force to break thousands of kilograms. It was simple and effective. The huge golden rod swept towards the 8 golden dragons, immediately causing them to scatter. However, the sound of their explosions also sent Yuan Zhantian flying a few steps back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that even someone as strong as Yuan Zhantian could withstand Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Yuan Zhantian roared. He raised the huge golden rod and smashed it towards Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength had increased, he would not compete with Yuan Zhantian in brute force. He raised his speed to the extreme and circled behind Yuan Zhantian. Once again he smashed a powerful move towards Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's reaction speed was not slow at all. He instantly turned around to face the attack. Rumble, rumble. The two of them continued to fight in midair. The terrifying sound waves from their battle caused the surroundings to tremble. Those frightening golden rays of light kept splashing out, causing the ground to be riddled with holes. The golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand grew larger. Although he could still wield it freely, the range of its adaptability had also become rougher. Ling Xiao took advantage of Yuan Zhantian's weakness. The golden dragon spear struck the left side of Yuan Zhantian's abdomen. The golden dragon spear was not a half-tier sage artifact. It was a pinnacle sage artifact. No matter how thick Yuan Zhantian's flesh was, it still left a bloody hole in him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to increase his strength to stab Yuan Zhantian deeper into his body, Yuan Zhantian grabbed the golden dragon spear with one hand and swept the golden rod with the other. He was actually exchanging moves. Ling Xiao could not dodge and was hit in the left arm by the golden rod. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ling Xiao's left arm was broken by the rod. Ling Xiao's defense had already reached the level of a half-tier sage artifact. In addition, his combat power had increased by 20 times, making his defense even more monstrous. Who would have thought that it could not withstand a blow from the enlarged golden rod? This golden rod and the golden dragon spear were both pinnacle sage artifacts. Enduring the pain, Ling Xiao spun the golden dragon spear with his right hand and used all his strength to pull out the golden dragon spear. Yuan Zhantian's side abdomen immediately bled profusely. However, this did not make Yuan Zhantian feel fear or retreat. The killing intent in his eyes intensified, and the golden rod shone even more dazzlingly. Fighting Heaven Rod's sixth form, Falling Stars. The huge golden rod was like a falling star in the firmament. That terrifying power came crashing down with unparalleled speed. Here, the power of each staff strike was enough to destroy a mountain, and it could even split open the earth. Although one of Ling Xiao's hands was injured, his combat power was still vigorous. He held the golden dragon spear and stabbed at the falling stars. Tyrant Dragon Spear Art third form, Coiling Dragon rising to the heavens. A huge golden dragon seemed to have escaped from its shackles. The power that had been suppressed for a long time burst forth at this moment. The huge dragon body smashed into the stars, causing them to fly everywhere. The golden dragon was not completely exhausted by the rod's stars. The huge dragon's mouth bit down on Yuan Zhantian's body, as if it wanted to devour him. However, it was still unable to block the final sweep of the golden rod and disappeared without a trace. Ling Xiao did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he retreated a few hundred meters and used the ancient divine skill to quickly heal the injury on his arm. He thought to himself, "This Yuan Zhantian is really a formidable opponent. It seems that I, Ling Xiao, will not be lonely in this life." Not only did Ling Xiao have this thought, but Yuan Zhantian also tasted Ling Xiao's power. When Ling Xiao's arm recovered, the wound on Yuan Zhantian's side abdomen had strangely healed and stopped bleeding. It had to be said that the bodies of these two people were like demons. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They looked at the two of them with complicated expressions, but more than that, they were filled with reverence. The female earthly emperors were all attracted by Ling Xiao's charm. If not for the fact that Yuan Zhantian's appearance was not attractive, his charm would not be inferior to Ling Xiao's. "Ling Xiao, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Let's settle this in one move." Yuan Zhantian pointed his golden rod at Ling Xiao and said faintly. It was unknown if it was because of his transformation, but his voice had become as sharp and ear-piercing as an ape's. Ling Xiao took a light breath and smiled. "That's what I was thinking. Then let's settle this in one move." The two of them were almost exhausted. The battle had already lasted for a day and a night. As more and more people came, the two of them also lost their patience. The moment to decide the winner had arrived. The surrounding spiritual chi surged towards the two of them, forming a huge storm. The whistling sound of the wind rang in everyone's ears. Everyone could feel the spiritual chi around them rapidly flowing away. In the end, they could no longer feel the spiritual chi around them. "Are these two guys still human?" The spiritual qi is all being absorbed by them. This is too scary. Are they going to decide the winner? I wonder who will be the winner in the end. I think it must be that Yuan Zhantian. That guy has already achieved the sacred battling ape golden body and even mutated. His strength and body are not something that Ling Xiao can compare with. That's hard to say. That Ling Xiao's strength is also quite terrifying, and he is so handsome. With my support, he will definitely win. Chapter 650. Little Sister Exin, isn't that Ling Xiao? The people of the Feng clan also came from another direction. A charming woman pointed at Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of gathering his energy, and asked the elegant woman next to her in surprise. Sister Yaxin, I saw him. The quiet and elegant woman replied. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the handsome figure. Her gaze was filled with deep affection. These two ladies were Feng Yaxin and Ji Beixin from the Feng clan. Someone else's battle shadow house. It's actually a sacred battle ape. How is this possible? Feng Wuing, who was holding a wine pot, exclaimed in surprise. Sacred battle apes were famous for their powerful combat prowess. Their combat prowess was comparable to that of a divine beast. Sacred battle apes were extremely rare. One might not even appear in tens of thousands of years. Today, Yuan Zhantian's body was infinitely close to that of a sacred battle ape. Anyone who saw him would be shocked. It really is a sacred battle ape. It seems that Ling Xiao has met his match. Feng Yaxin said with interest. However, Ji Beixin was extremely determined. Xiao, he will definitely win. Her love and admiration for Ling Xiao was not something that others could understand. No matter how strong the opponent was, she believed that Ling Xiao would be able to handle it. This was an absolute power of faith. Feng Wuing drank a mouthful of wine and chuckled, I almost missed such a good show. In another direction, another group of people appeared without a sound. This group of people was actually the 10 people from the martial spirit court. The young man in the linen robe who seemed to be out of place with the other 9 people, but his presence made the 10 of them feel like they were following the trend of the times. It was as if the spirit of the 10 of them was exceptionally different with his presence. His kind smile always seemed to give people a warm feeling, and his simple and crude clothes made people feel that he was like the boy next door, without any arrogance or haughtiness. This person was the leader of the martial spirit court, Wu Bufan. He was only 28 years old this year and had never taken any medicinal pills. He relied on his own hard work to become strong. What a powerful aura! Junior brother Wu, who do you think is stronger between the two of them? Someone behind Wu Bufan asked Wu Bufan with a slightly respectful tone. Wu Bufan's eyes flickered with intense battle intent, but he didn't answer the man's question. Instead, he murmured, Good fellow, I finally found 2 decent opponents. I, Wu Bufan, won't be lonely anymore. The people behind him were stunned when they heard Wu Bufan's words. Then, they looked at the 2 people not far away with serious expressions. They knew what Wu Bufan's words meant. Even if they were the most outstanding disciples of the martial spirit pavilion, they weren't worthy to be their junior brother's opponent. However, these 2 people in front of them were recognized by their junior brother. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. At this moment, the 2 of them had finished gathering their strength. Yuan Zhantian's half-human, half-ape appearance became extremely fierce and ferocious. His appearance was very close to that of a sacred battle ape. The sacred battle ape on top of his head seemed to have materialized and was constantly roaring. Its soaring desire to fight seemed to want to tear the sky apart. The golden rod in his hand flashed with metallic spiritual energy. The radiance of the golden rod was so bright that people did not dare to look at it directly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was covered in glazed dragon scale armor. That mighty and handsome appearance could kill any woman in a second. That noble temperament of a king made people want to worship him. His figure was elegant and agile. Holding the golden dragon spear in his hand, a group of golden dragon shadows constantly roared and swam around the spear's body. The 20-fold combat strength was raised to the most perfect state. The huge, 8-clawed golden dragon stared at him as if it was alive. The terrifying dragon roar shook thousands of miles. Suddenly, the two of them roared at the same time. They attacked at the same time. The golden rod was brandished, and the dragon's spear shone. The seventh move of the fighting heaven staff, heaven-breaking earth-shattering. The fifth move of the tyrant dragon spear, heaven-ripping tyrant dragon. The sacred battle ape held the powerful golden rod as if it was going to pierce the sky. The shining golden rod was like a collapsing pillar, making people feel a vast and unparalleled energy smashing down. It was as if the sky was going to be pierced and the ground was going to be completely cracked. The sacred battle ape seemed like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. It would only be satisfied after destroying everything. At the same time, the 8-clawed golden dragon was like the overlord of dragons, displaying the supreme divine might of a divine beast. Its powerful dragon claws seemed to be tearing the sky apart. The world seemed to have lost its color because of its existence. It was as if it was the overlord of this world, and no one could control its will and thoughts. The ape and the dragon continued to fight in the sky. The powerful energy caused everyone to retreat even further. The falling energy smashed into the ground, forming a deep pit. The surrounding air had already been blasted into nothingness. The world seemed to have become a vacuum. Rumble, rumble. A series of incessant sounds shook everyone's hearts, causing them to become extremely nervous. They all wanted to know who was the most powerful existence among those in the same realm. Who was stronger and who was weaker? What terrifying energy! Are these two still human? This move has probably reached the energy attack of a high-level celestial venerable. This is too abnormal. Do these two fellows want to kill us as well? I didn't expect to see such an exciting battle. These two are qualified to enter the top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors. It's not impossible for them to become the first imperial emperor. Unfortunately, one of them is destined to fall. Ling Xiao will be fine. A few people who knew Ling Xiao prayed in their hearts. The two of them continued fighting for a very long time. It was as if they had inexhaustible spiritual energy. After 2 hours, the ape and the dragon gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The large golden light screen finally dissipated. The two figures fell heavily in 2 different directions at the same time. Bang, bang. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. No one went forward to check what happened. They were all waiting to see who won and who lost. A cough rang out, and everyone's gaze turned to the source of the sound. The one who stood up was Yuan Zhangtian. Yuan Zhangtian was covered in blood, as if he had become a bloody man. The hideous scars on his body were a ghastly sight to behold. He panted heavily, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Xiao can't have lost. Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Boss lost? Yi Yunfeng muttered, smacking his lips. That seems to be the truth. Gu Jiaojiao nodded her head and replied sluggishly. This is impossible. Even the emperor-level remnant soul could not trap him. How could he have lost? Gu Xiaohe shook his head and said with a sobbing tone. The few people who knew Ling Xiao found it hard to accept this fact. Ling Xiao's invincible figure had long been deeply imprinted in their minds. Now, the first to stand up was not Ling Xiao, but Yuan Zhangtian. The outcome seemed to have been decided. However, just as they were about to fly towards Ling Xiao, something unexpected happened. Yuan Zhangtian, who had stood up, closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in front of him. On the other side, Ling Xiao got up at this moment. His condition was no better than Yuan Zhangtian's. The clothes on his upper body were completely destroyed, and several parts of his healthy body were dented. However, the golden blood continued to seep out, giving off a strange aura. Ling Xiao straightened his body and wiped the golden blood from the corner of his eyes. As he panted, he smiled proudly and said, "Ha, brother, can you still fight? I still have a lot of strength left." The people around them couldn't wrap their heads around this scene. With great difficulty, Ling Xiao walked towards Yuan Zhangtian, who was not far away. The injuries on his body were constantly healing. Small golden dragons swam around his body, and his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gu Yufei, who was not far away, exclaimed, "This is definitely the realm of the Vajra 5 transformations. This healing speed, even the ancestors recorded in the ancestral clan's records cannot be this fast. Could it be that he obtained the emperor-level inheritance? Otherwise, Gu Xiao had guessed." Gu Yufei's expression turned ugly. He said, "I know. The cave we broke into previously belonged to the original owner of the Golden Dragon Spear. Our ancestor was also the one who obtained the Vajra 5 transformations and the Golden Dragon Spear. It seems that Ling Xiao really obtained a great opportunity." For some reason, Gu Yufei was both jealous and envious of Ling Xiao. They had cultivated the Vajra 5 transformations since they were young, but after reaching the realm of the third transformation, it was difficult for them to advance to the next transformation. Now, Ling Xiao had surpassed them in the blink of an eye. This made him very unhappy, especially when he saw Ling Xiao fighting with his family's Golden Dragon Spear. "I must get the Golden Dragon Spear back," Gu Yufei thought to himself. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Yuan Zhantian and was looking down at him. The Golden Dragon Spear in his hand was pointed at Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian's tiger eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he also knew who won and who lost. He closed his eyes because Ling Xiao had dealt with him. However, he did not feel Ling Xiao attacking him. At this time, he heard Ling Xiao's voice. "Brother Yuan, you have lost." Yuan Zhantian opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Ling Xiao did not kill him. Ling Xiao grinned. "To have such an opponent in this life, I, Ling Xiao, have no regrets, ha." Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. He turned around and walked back to where Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao were. However, at this time, an extremely fast figure sprang out from a corner. That speed was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. In an instant, it appeared in front of Ling Xiao. A black broadsword was aimed at Ling Xiao's head. "Kid, hand over your life." The black figure roared with a sinister smile. The sharp black broadsword emitted a thick dark light. At the same time, it reeked of blood, making people feel disgusted. Chapter 651. This sudden scene caused the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. No one had expected that someone would take the opportunity to sneak up on Ling Xiao. This person's behavior was too despicable. However, they were also wondering if the other party wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian and seize their emperor elixirs and divine tools. After all, the temptation of divine tools was something that even an emperor-level expert would go crazy over. "Xiao boss." A few voices rang out from different directions. Several figures flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The black broadsword carried an incomparably powerful energy as it slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's back was facing the sneak attacker. In the eyes of others, Ling Xiao was probably doomed. After all, Ling Xiao was already seriously injured. It would be extremely difficult for him to dodge this attack. However, just as the broadsword was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, a green energy suddenly circled from Ling Xiao's front to his back and shot towards the sneak attacker. The sneak attacker did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a counterattack. If he were to forcefully slash at Ling Xiao, his face would probably be hit by that thing. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he twisted his body and slashed his broadsword at the green energy that was flying towards him. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. An arrow was cut in half and fell to the side. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to fly more than 10 meters away. He immediately turned around and looked at the sneak attacker. "So it's you?" Ling Xiao sneered. "Boy, do you still remember me? You've killed 9 people of my black demon sect. Today, I'll kill you and refine your soul until you die." The person who had launched the sneak attack was the new generation of Black Demon Sect's Devil Sun. Before this, Ling Xiao had killed 9 Earth Sovereigns of the Black Demon Sect. The Devil's Son had fled early, not daring to confront Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, he wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate Ling Xiao. However, the Devil's Son was a little strange at this time. His strong blood energy seemed to have just come out of a pool of blood. It was disgusting. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. Ling Xiao said contemptuously. A few pills appeared in his hand and he immediately threw them into his mouth. The strong blood energy in his body surged and his muscles recovered at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how fast his recovery speed was, it was inevitable that he would return to his peak in a short period of time. After all, the battle with Yuan Zhantian had consumed 70 to 80% of his energy. If it were not for his solid foundation and the large number of blood crystals he had absorbed before, as well as the defense and recovery power of the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's dragon scale armor, he would not have the strength to stand up again. If you were at your peak, I might be a little afraid. But now you go to hell. The Devil's Son said gloomily. The big knife in his hand once again slashed at Ling Xiao. The black knife light split into four and slashed at Ling Xiao from 4 different directions. As the leader of the Black Demon sect, the Devil's Son had a half-step holy knife in his hand. These 4 knives were comparable to the attack of a low-level celestial master. With Ling Xiao's current state, it was very difficult for him to block them. Ling Xiao's mental strength had already surged out crazily. At this moment, he would not use his mental strength attack like when he fought against Yuan Zhantian. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength attack, which was almost perfect every time, was ineffective. It was as if the mental strength attack was immediately isolated by something when it entered the Devil's Son's sea of consciousness. The mental strength did not cause any damage to the Devil's Son. Just as Ling Xiao was stunned, the Devil's Son's 4 black knife lights had already slashed down. Ling Xiao barely lifted the golden dragon spear and swept it over, blocking the 4 black knife lights. Ling Xiao could only use 20% of his strength to fight against the Devil's Son, who was at his peak. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying dozens of meters away. His seriously injured body was like adding snow to snow. The Devil's Son sneered and continued to attack Ling Xiao. Ding dong ding dong. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a zither rang out not far away. The beautiful and pleasant sound of the zither was intoxicating. However, the sound of the zither contained a dense, killing intent. A woman held a zither in one hand and stroked the zither with the other. Her slender and fair fingers were constantly playing on the zither. It's not that easy to kill my husband. This woman was none other than Ji Beixin. Her perfect face was filled with a strong murderous intent. The sound of the zither turned into countless sword blades that carried the Khanate Yin Wind Evil Qi and stabbed towards the Devil's Son. Ji Beixin was already a mid-level earthly emperor before entering the chaos abyss of war. Now, her strength had increased by another level, reaching the strength of a high-level earthly emperor. Coupled with the power of the Khanate Yin Wind Evil Qi, her sound wave attack was definitely a terrifying long-range attack. The Devil's Son had no choice but to turn around and smash the sound wave sword blades into pieces. However, the strong corrosive power of the Khanate Yin Wind Evil Qi shocked him. He actually managed to cultivate the Khanate Yin Wind Evil Qi. The Devil's Son exclaimed as his expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, a huge golden spear shadow came smashing towards him from above. Despicable bastard, how dare you sneak attack my boss? I'll kill you. Yi Yunfeng's furious attack was still not inferior to the strength of a half-honorable. The Devil's Son didn't dodge. He held his saber horizontally above his head and blocked Yi Yunfeng's attack. On the other side, a sharp golden spearhead stabbed towards his abdomen. Before the spearhead arrived, the sharp tip of the spear had already made the Devil's Son feel fear. Ding! A black shield appeared in the Demon Son's other hand, blocking the incoming golden spear. The sound of the zither rang out and the dark wave sword blades attacked again. The Devil's Son was surrounded by the spear shadows from above and on the sides. However, the encirclement from 3 sides wasn't enough to keep him here. The Devil's Son shouted and his aura instantly exploded. He bounced up from where he was and broke free from the encirclement. Little bastard, I'll let you off today. Once we get out of the chaos abyss of war, I'll make you wish you were dead. The Devil's Son knew that killing Ling Xiao had become much more difficult, and there were many earthly sovereigns eyeing him covetously. He didn't kill Ling Xiao forcefully. Instead, he let out arrogant words and chose to retreat immediately. You want to leave just like that? You've underestimated me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had gotten a buffer, sneered and pointed a finger at the Devil's Son who was escaping. Unique energy return, Jade's splitting golden finger. Swoosh. A 5-colored finger radiance charged towards the Devil's Son along with Ling Xiao's remaining energy. The energy attack of this finger was not inferior to a low-level heavenly venerable's attack. In the eyes of the other earthly sovereigns, it was unbelievable that Ling Xiao still had such a powerful combat ability. However, they didn't know that the full power of Ling Xiao's jade-splitting golden finger was several times more powerful than this finger. The Devil's Son felt a gust of wind at the back of his head as he sensed danger approaching. Without thinking, he used his black shield to block the attack. Rumble. The powerful energy hit the shield. The shield blocked the energy, but the Devil's Son was also sent flying more than 10 meters away. Very good. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. When we get out of the chaos abyss of war, I'll take your dog life. The demonic son let out a loud roar and sped up to escape thousands of meters away. In the end, he disappeared into the horizon. Many greedy earthly sovereign realm cultivators in the surroundings saw that the demonic son had been forced to retreat just like that. They suppressed their desire to make a move and did not dare to snatch it from Ling Xiao. However, Yuan Zhantian became their target. Ling Xiao sensed the greed of these people and wanted to go to Yuan Zhantian's side to intimidate him. Unexpectedly, Yuan Zhantian stood up again. He grabbed the golden rod and scanned the people around him with his scarlet eyes. Finally, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, I'll definitely defeat you next time. With that, he dragged his injured body and flew away in a certain direction. His speed was much slower than before, but he still insisted on leaving. It was unknown if he was brave or if he had a way to escape. Ling Xiao sensed Yuan Zhantian's arrogance and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. He only replied loudly, Take care, Brother Yuan. I hope you won't disappoint me the next time we meet. As expected, when Yuan Zhantian left, many earthly sovereigns immediately followed him. They obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. Ling Xiao, are you all right? Gu Xiaohe stealthily landed beside Ling Xiao and asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep concern. Ling Xiao was not used to Gu Xiaohe's concern. He immediately shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Gu Xiaohe was about to say something when Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao landed beside Ling Xiao at the same time. Boss, hurry up and meditate to recover. I'll protect you. Yi Yunfeng shouted as he stood beside Ling Xiao, guarding him with an awe-inspiring aura, holding the half-step holy weapon, the golden spear, which Ling Xiao had given him. Don't worry. Ling Xiao waved his hand and beckoned to Ji Beixin, who was holding the zither. Come here. Ji Beixin's face lit up with joy. She gracefully landed beside Ling Xiao, but her eyes unintentionally glanced at Gu Xiaohe and Gu Jiaojiao. She seemed to be a little jealous, but she didn't say anything due to her uncompetitive nature. Xiao, are you all right? Ji Beixin asked as she gently held Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao gently stroked Ji Beixin's face and smiled. I'm fine. This little injury is nothing to your husband. While he was talking, he was healing the injuries on his body, and the external injuries were gradually healing. Then can I stay and accompany you? Ji Beixin pleaded. She knew that Ling Xiao had many things to do, so she would not be too attached to Ling Xiao. However, there were only 3 days left. She wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao. Of course, you can stay with me these few days. Anyway, I haven't listened to your zither for a long time. I miss it. Ling Xiao replied sympathetically. That's great. Ji Beixin cheered happily. Gu Xiaohe, who was at the side, saw how intimate Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin were. He felt a strong jealousy in his heart. Brother Ling's combat power is really extraordinary. At this time, Gu Yufei walked over and said politely to Ling Xiao. His eyes were fixed on the golden dragon rod in Ling Xiao's hand. Chapter 652. You're too kind, Brother Gu. Ling Xiao nodded with a faint smile. He could faintly guess Gu Yufei's intentions for coming. The Golden Dragon Spear was a peak-level saint weapon, but not everyone could use it. Only those who cultivated the ancient emperor mystic arts, or those who contained the imperial qi or dragon blood of the Kim people, could activate its dragon spirit and use it in battle. Before this, although Gu Xiaohe could use the Golden Dragon Spear, her dragon blood was too thin, so she could only activate a limited portion of the Golden Dragon Spear's power. She was unable to unleash its true power, let alone make the Golden Dragon Spear recognize her as its master. Now that the Golden Dragon Spear was in Ling Xiao's hands, and Ling Xiao had absorbed the Zhan Wangye's blood essence, making the Golden Dragon Spear recognize him as its master would be a piece of cake. It could be said that the Golden Dragon Spear already belonged to Ling Xiao. Unless Ling Xiao died, no one else would be able to use it even if they obtained it. With Ling Xiao's personality, would he still return something that was already in his hands? Brother Ling saved my sister and my life before, and I am extremely grateful. In the future, if Brother Ling needs anything from me, Gu Yufei, please don't hesitate to ask. Gu Yufei said gratefully, but his words sounded a little insincere. As expected, he changed the topic and said, "The spear in Brother Ling's hands must be the Golden Dragon Spear that my sister lost in the cave that day. Brother Ling should return it to my sister now, and I will thank you in advance." Gu Yufei's words were very straightforward, and he did not ask whether Ling Xiao was willing or not. What he meant was that the Golden Dragon Spear belonged to his little sister, and he wanted Ling Xiao to immediately return the Golden Dragon Spear. His tone was full of determination, and it looked like he wanted Ling Xiao to hand over the Golden Dragon Spear. Otherwise, he might immediately turn against him. "Big brother," Gu Xiaohe said angrily. How could she not understand her brother's meaning? However, she already liked Ling Xiao, so how could she forcefully ask for the Golden Dragon Spear from Ling Xiao? In her opinion, it would be best to persuade Ling Xiao with kind words, and see if Ling Xiao would return the Golden Dragon Spear. If he did not hand it over, she might think of another way, since the Golden Dragon Spear was a sacred weapon that had been passed down in their Gu family. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes narrowed, and then he smiled. "Since Brother Gu still remembers that it was Ling Xiao who saved you and your sister, then this Golden Dragon Spear shall be my token of gratitude. We are even now." Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's expressions changed. Gu Yufei spoke in a low voice. "Ling Xiao, could it be that you really intend to take possession of the Golden Dragon Spear?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said in a sonorous voice, "That day in the cave, the Golden Dragon Spear was seized by that Emperor-rank soul fragment. I originally had no intention of taking the Golden Dragon Spear, but I, Ling Xiao, was blessed. Not only did I survive, I even obtained the recognition of that Emperor-rank soul fragment and received its inheritance. This Golden Dragon Spear belonged to that senior when he was still alive, but it was seized by your clan's ancestor, Gu Yangshu. Now that I've obtained that senior's inheritance, and the Golden Dragon Spear has acknowledged me as its master, Brother Gu, do you want me to return my master's possession to your Gu clan?" For the sake of openly taking the Golden Dragon Spear, Ling Xiao didn't mind telling a beautiful lie. If it was at any other time, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain to Gu Yufei. In any case, if it was seized, then so be it. So long as he had the ability, then he could come and seize it back. He was just afraid that Gu Yufei didn't have the ability to do so. Now, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Gu clan, and it was only because of the connection between him cultivating the ancient emperor's divine technique. After all, the Vajra 5 transformation technique that he'd cultivated all those years ago had probably been brought out from that cave by that ancestor of the Gu clan, Gu Yangshu. It was precisely because of this that it had fallen into the hands of his ancestor, and he'd coincidentally been able to cultivate it. This had also allowed him to avoid danger in these past few years. Because of this, Ling Xiao felt that he should give the Gu clan an explanation. If they still didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him for turning hostile. "Ling Xiao, do you think that I, Gu Yufei, am a 3-year-old child? If you don't hand over the Golden Dragon Spear today, then don't even think of leaving this place." Gu Yufei shouted furiously. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were complete lies, How could he possibly believe it? Are you siblings cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation technique? Ling Xiao didn't answer and asked instead. I haven't even asked you about this matter, yet you still dare to provoke me. When did you steal our Gu clan's secret? Gu Yufei asked with a frown. Hee, what a joke. Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, have the ability to go to your Gu clan and steal your secret to cultivate? I don't know if there's something wrong with your head, or if you don't have confidence in your Gu clan's people. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He was now very unhappy. No matter what, he had saved the Gu siblings, but he didn't expect them to turn around and scold him so rudely. This made him very disgusted. Gu Yufei was scolded by Ling Xiao until his face turned red and white, and his aura instantly soared, as if he wanted to immediately attack Ling Xiao. Ji Beixin and Yi Yunfeng immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao to protect him. At this time, Gu Xiaohe immediately said nervously, "Big brother, don't be impulsive, let's talk this out." If her big brother fought with Ling Xiao now, then wouldn't her fate with Ling Xiao end here? Gu Yufei pulled Gu Xiaohe behind him and said, "Little sister, can't you see that he wants to take our golden spear for himself? Wait until I get the golden dragon spear back. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I Yunfeng, will be the first to not let him off." Yi Yunfeng's aura also soared, and he stared at Gu Yufei. However, although his aura was extraordinary, there was still a certain gap between him and Gu Yufei before he used the Spirit Ascension technique. After all, Gu Yufei was the elite leader of the Gu clan. Even a jumping clown dares to be impudent in front of me, Gu Yufei. Gu Yufei lightly shouted with a disdainful expression. Immediately after, the two were about to start fighting. At this time, a few sounds of wind breaking could be heard, and a few figures landed beside Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, I trust you have been well since we last met." Feng Wuing carried a wine pot and smiled at Ling Xiao. "I only have half my life left, how can you say that I have been well?" Ling Xiao lightly smiled. "Don't worry, with Brother Ling's tough fate, I believe you won't die young so easily. Moreover, I don't want my cousin to be a widow," Feng Wuing said as he drank a mouthful of wine. His eyes, however, were looking straight at Gu Yufei. It was obvious that the Feng clan had come to support Ling Xiao. "That's right, Ling Xiao, I don't want to see Sister Xen sad because of you," Feng Yashin lightly said. When Gu Yufei heard the words of the two, his forehead wrinkled, and he stared at Feng Wuing and said, "Does the Feng clan really want to get involved in this mess?" If the Feng clan stood on Ling Xiao's side, then he had no choice but to take it into consideration. "Hee, can Brother Gu give me some face?" Feng Wuing said with a charming smile. As long as Ling Xiao is willing to hand over the golden dragon spear, I, Gu Yufei, will naturally not make things difficult for him." Gu Yufei coldly snorted. When Feng Wuing was about to say something, Ling Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked in front of Gu Yufei, faintly saying, "I really didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. Since you want the golden dragon spear, then come and get it if you have the ability." "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." With the buffer time, Ling Xiao's injuries had already recovered by 30 to 40%. Although this strength was a bit of a stretch against the Gu clan, it was enough for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao isn't like this. Gu Xiaohe didn't want Ling Xiao to misunderstand and was about to explain, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Gu Yufei. "Little sister, shut up. I must retrieve my Gu clan's sacred relic today." Interesting. The Gu clan is really shameless. He saved your life, but you actually want to repay his kindness with ingratitude. A loud and clear voice laughed loudly. Immediately after, 9 figures landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Gu Yufei turned around to look at the person who spoke, and his pupils slightly changed as he thought to himself, "Dongfang clan. So it's Brother Dongfang. Please don't interfere in the matter between me and Ling Xiao," Gu Yufei replied indifferently. Although everyone was from an ancient clan, the Dongfang clan's strength was the strongest among all the ancient clans. Gu Yufei didn't know why Dongfang Xiong wanted to interfere, but he faintly felt that things were getting out of his control. After all, their Gu clan was on par with the Feng clan, but with the Dongfang clan backing up Ling Xiao, he definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly. I, Dongfang Xiong, despise ungrateful people like you the most. I, Dongfang Xiong, will definitely interfere in this matter, Dongfang Xiong said faintly. Gu Yufei's expression turned ugly when he heard these words. Ling Xiao looked at Dongfang Xiong in confusion. He swore that he had never had any dealings with the Dongfang clan, so why would they help him? Just as he was about to speak, a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. A charming woman appeared beside Ling Xiao and looked him up and down. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end from her stare. He immediately hugged his chest and pretended to be afraid. Miss, what are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao's appearance, the woman laughed out loud, then stared at Ling Xiao's handsome face with her beautiful eyes and said, This miss has taken a fancy to you. Are you willing to come to my Dongfang clan and be my son-in-law? Dongfang Jing was actually even more straightforward than Gu Xiaohe, to actually speak her mind in front of so many people. This time, Ling Xiao was stunned, and the expressions of the people beside him also became strange. What? You've taken a fancy to this young master? Ling Xiao asked shyly. Dongfang Jing lightly nodded her head and said, That's right, for such an outstanding man like you, only I, Dongfang Jing, am worthy of you. Ling Xiao really didn't expect this woman to be so arrogant, to actually be even more narcissistic than him. However, he had no choice but to recognize this woman. She was extremely charming and beautiful, and whether it was her appearance or figure, she was not inferior to Ji Beixin. Her flickering beautiful eyes were filled with strong self-confidence. That's right, with her beauty and background, there were countless people who pursued her, and they were all young talents from large powers. However, Dongfang Jing's requirements were not ordinary. Other than being young, she also needed to have a handsome appearance, outstanding strength, and a domineering aura that would make her submit willingly. And Ling Xiao had completely intoxicated Dongfang Jing through the battle with Yuan Zhantian just now. This was also the reason why Dongfang Xiong spoke up for Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, Ji Beixin hugged Ling Xiao's hand and looked at Dongfang Jing. He is already my husband. Chapter 653. Although Ji Beixin had a temperament that did not compete with others, how could she remain indifferent when someone else came to steal her husband? This was obviously impossible. Her words also expressed her position. Ling Xiao was her husband, and no one else could snatch him away. However, when Dongfang Jing heard this, she did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. Instead, she stared at Ling Xiao with a seductive expression and asked, Don't you think my figure is better than hers? Furthermore, my Dongfang family seems to be a bit stronger than the Feng family. I believe you should know who is your best choice, right? No one thought that Dongfang Jing would actually openly seduce Ling Xiao. The surrounding young geniuses all felt that Ling Xiao was truly lucky with women. Who in the central region did not want to marry the princess of the Dongfang family? However, how many people were truly worthy of her? Now that she had taken the initiative to seduce Ling Xiao, how could Ling Xiao let go of the opportunity in front of him? After all, the Dongfang family was the head of all the aristocratic families, and was much stronger than the Feng family. At the side, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's expressions were extremely ugly. Gu Yufei was angry because Ling Xiao had the help of the Feng and Dongfang families, so he would definitely not be able to retrieve the golden dragon spear today. Gu Xiaohe, on the other hand, was angry because of Dongfang Jing's straightforward and confident personality, which was even stronger than her. Furthermore, in terms of looks, she was indeed slightly inferior to Dongfang Jing, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course, this was not the reason why Gu Xiaohe was afraid. The main reason was that the golden dragon spear in Ling Xiao's hands had become an obstacle between her and Ling Xiao. If she were to confess that she liked Ling Xiao now, her big brother would lose all face here. Ling Xiao revealed a thievish look as he sized up Dongfang Jing's enchanting figure. Only then did he realize that this girl really had the capital to be proud of. Her curvaceous body had a fatal attraction to any man, and he, Ling Xiao, was no exception. Ji Beixin, who was beside Ling Xiao, pinched the flesh on Ling Xiao's waist and said, Xiao, if you keep looking, I'll tell Big Sister Yun and Big Sister Xia. Ling Xiao grinned and said, I'm just looking, purely admiring, purely admiring. But his revered master was the demonic emperor, and he could not let his master's name be weak. This kind of top-quality woman had sent herself to his doorstep, and he did not want her. That would be letting himself down. You're Miss Dongfang, right? As you can see, I'm already married. Furthermore, I, Ling Xiao, have always been very loyal to one person. Other than Exen, I only have a few wives and 2 or 3 maids. If you don't mind being a concubine, Ling Xiao will naturally be a bit aggrieved and accept you. Ling Xiao revealed a reluctant expression. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed. How could they have thought that Ling Xiao would actually dare to say such words? He actually wanted the dignified princess of the Dongfang family to be his concubine. They really didn't know if he was overconfident or if there was something wrong with his head. Many Earth Emperors were beating their chests in their hearts and secretly cursing Ling Xiao 1,000,000 times for being too tactless. The expressions of the people from the Dongfang family all became ugly. Dongfang Jing narrowed her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. She discovered that although Ling Xiao was smiling mischievously, he had a kind of emperor's temperament. It was like a knockout drug, causing her to be intoxicated and unable to get angry. If it was anyone else, she would have immediately let them die. How could an insensible person like Miss Dongfang enter your eyes? However, you should all retreat to the side first. Once I take down Ling Xiao and take back the golden dragon spear, you will feel that this Ling Xiao is actually just ordinary, Gu Yufei said. His words actually had a double meaning. On one hand, he hoped that Dongfang Jing would be angry and no longer interfere with the matter between him and Ling Xiao. On the other hand, he hinted that he could take down Ling Xiao and prove that he, Gu Yufei, was more outstanding than Ling Xiao. It would be a lie if Gu Yufei said that he wasn't moved by such an enchanting and beautiful woman like Dongfang Jing. If the Gu family could unite by marriage with the Dongfang family, it would definitely be a happy event. Who knew that Dongfang Jing's next words would almost make Gu Yufei vomit blood? Truly a man with character. I find that I really like you a little. If you really have the ability to make me, Dongfang Jing, willingly be a concubine, I don't mind, as long as you can make the old fellow of my family shut his mouth. Dongfang Jing ignored Gu Yufei and stared at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes. The old guy from your family? This seems to be a bit difficult. Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. Dongfang Jing retorted, why don't you dare? I dare, why wouldn't I dare? If I don't want a beauty like you, then what kind of man am I? Your Dongfang family isn't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. One day I will go there. Maybe they will let you be my concubine when they see how handsome I am. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied heroically. Ling Xiao cared about his face. How could he show weakness in front of a woman? Moreover, he might not really be afraid of the Dongfang family in the future. Good courage, this is a real man. Dongfang Jing couldn't help but praise, and then she said, it's just that we need to have a limit on the time, otherwise this princess won't have the patience to wait endlessly. 10 years, within 10 years, I must make a trip to the Dongfang family. I don't want my concubine to be cuckolded by another man. Ling Xiao immediately said firmly. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she replied in a delicate voice, is that true? She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. He was only at the peak of the Earth Emperor realm right now. No matter how good his Tenbin was, in another 10 years, he would at most just step into the Sky Sovereign realm. Did he dare to break into her Dongfang family with just this strength? However, just from Ling Xiao's boldness, Dongfang Jing felt that Ling Xiao was very much to her liking. 10 years was nothing to cultivators, so there was no harm in agreeing to his request. Of course, I, Ling Xiao, have always been a man of my word. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. All right, let's make an oath. If you don't come to find me, I, Dongfang Jing, will definitely use the power of my family to make you have no place to hide in the central region. Dongfang Jing replied and then stretched out her soft and white palm. Just as Ling Xiao was about to receive her palm, Feng Yaxin faintly said from the side, Ling Xiao, how can you do this to Exe? For some reason, when she saw that Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing were about to make such an agreement, She felt extremely annoyed. She believed that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would keep his word. Before this, he had already dared to barge into her Feng family. In another 10 years, he would naturally dare to barge into the Dongfang family. This originally had nothing to do with her, but she felt a faint sourness in her heart. Thinking back to Ling Xiao's arrogant attitude in the Feng family, as well as his unparalleled heroic posture in battle, Feng Yaxin's heart inexplicably felt a trace of affection. She had only mentioned Ji Beixin to express her thoughts on her behalf. She really didn't want to see Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing together like this. When Ling Xiao heard this, his palm was in midair, but he was too embarrassed to continue. Sigh, Ling Xiao, you already have so many beautiful women by your side. Now that Meng Qi's whereabouts are unknown, do you still have the mood to have any relations with other women? Ling Xiao's heart was filled with guilt. However, just as Ling Xiao was hesitating to retract his hand, Dongfang Jing's delicate hand heavily slapped onto Ling Xiao's palm. All right, if you're a man, you have to keep your word. Dongfang Jing ignored the dazed Ling Xiao and said. She then turned to look at Gu Yufei and said, he is now considered to be my, Dongfang Jing's, man. If your Gu family insists on dealing with him, then our family will repay you to the end. When she said this, Gu Yufei's expression suddenly changed, and the hatred in his eyes towards Ling Xiao became even more intense. Gu Yufei could not control his aura, and it rose steadily, but in the end, it was firmly suppressed by him. But, Ling Xiao, I don't believe that they can protect you forever. When I return to the family and report to the elders, my Gu family will naturally send people to retrieve the golden dragon spear. I hope you can protect it well. Gu Yufei gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly. Then, without looking back, he pulled Gu Xiaohe and flew away. Before they left, Gu Xiaohe looked at Ling Xiao with a sad expression. She wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She couldn't say a word. The people of the Gu family also left with the siblings. And when the surrounding earthly kings knew that Ling Xiao was protected by the Feng family and the Dongfang family, they did not have any other thoughts and left one after another. If they did not leave now, if they were robbed by the big forces, they could only cry. Now you're happy? Let's go. We don't need to care about this playboy anymore. With your beauty, you can have all kinds of men. Feng Yaxin shouted, and then pulled Ji Beixin away. Ling Xiao did not pull Ji Beixin, and he said lightly with a guilty expression, I'm sorry. Although in this world, as long as one was powerful enough, it was normal for a man to have a few wives and concubines, but in the spur of the moment, he had ignored Ji Beixin's feelings. Ji Beixin broke away from Feng Yaxin's hand and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Xiao, you don't need to apologize to me. It would be strange if an outstanding man like you did not attract women. But remember, no matter how many women you have, you must leave some space for Exen, okay? I don't ask for much, I just hope that you will never forget me. Ji Beixin said very sincerely, and there was no reluctance on her face. The people around them were all touched, but most of them were envious of Ling Xiao's luck. Ji Beixin was not inferior to Dongfang Jing in any aspect, and such a woman was so devoted to Ling Xiao. If it were someone else, they would be willing to lose 100 years of their life. Feng Yaxin was angry. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. Sister Yaxin, you don't need to persuade me. You don't understand the relationship between me and Xiao. Ji Beixin shook her head. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't be in this situation today. She would have been tortured to death by the Yin Wind and evil Qi. Previously, because of Ling Xiao's help, she was able to escape from the misfortune. Her love for Ling Xiao was not something that others could understand. Don't worry. You will always be in my heart, and we will live together in the future. Ling Xiao held Ji Beixin in his arms and said, You are good. When Ling Xiao belongs to me, I don't mind letting you be my concubine, Dongfang Jing said to Ji Beixin. Women's feelings were fragile, and she was indeed touched by Ji Beixin's words. Chapter 654. Ji Beixin looked at Dongfang Jing and said, Sister Dongfang, To be honest, you are very beautiful, but I still have a few sisters who are not as beautiful as you. It is indeed impossible for you to become big, because this position has already been reserved. Even if you really like to laugh, you can only be a concubine like me in the future. Ji Beixin seemed to have let go of the knot in her heart, and actually spoke to Dongfang Jing with a playful tone. Feng Yaxin, who was at the side, was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the past 3 years, she and Ji Beixin had been as close as sisters, and she knew about Ling Zhao's affairs. However, she didn't expect Ji Beixin to say that she was just a concubine. This really made her speechless. She couldn't help but ask, could it be that when you love someone to the extreme, you don't care about anything else? Gu Jiao, who had been paying attention to the situation at the side, also had an unnatural expression on her face. Her thoughts towards Ling Xiao had also been completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so outstanding that even the young miss of an ancient family was willing to be a concubine or take the initiative to pursue him. Furthermore, she was inferior to him in all aspects, so she felt a little inferior in her heart. Therefore, she also cut off that little bit of affection for Ling Xiao. Is that so? Perhaps you all have a very high position in his heart, but I, Dongfang Jing, am confident that one day he will admit that I am big. Dongfang Jing lightly opened her red lips and replied indifferently. Then, her gaze landed on Ling Xiao and she said, Ling Xiao, remember our agreement. After saying that, she turned around and left. The people of the Dongfang family immediately followed. Only Dongfang Xiong came in front of Ling Xiao. He was half a head taller than Ling Xiao, and had a condescending aura. He looked down at Ling Xiao and laughed maniacally. Good brat, my cousin's standards have always been very high. It is your good fortune that she has taken a liking to you. She has never changed her mind, so don't ever let her down. Otherwise, you will be very miserable. After saying that, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder a few times and chased after Dongfang Jing. Ling Xiao touched the pain in his shoulder and cursed inwardly, this big guy is really strong. The 1-year deadline was almost up. Ling Xiao, Yunfeng, Gu Jiao, and the rest of the Feng clan decided to stay put and wait for the space to open again. Taking advantage of the time, Ling Xiao wanted to spend some time with Ji Beixin. However, Ling Xiao didn't know what was wrong with Feng Yaxin. She was always with Ji Beixin, which made Ling Xiao very depressed. However, in these 2 days, he had become friends with Feng Wuing. The two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength. Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiao seemed to be much closer than before. In these 2 days, although Ling Xiao did not meditate in peace, the ancient emperor's divine arts and the supreme origin qi were constantly healing his injuries, and now, he had once again returned to his peak state. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of powerful energy explosions sounded in the sky, and a visible crack gradually appeared in front of them. At this moment, all the earthly kings in the abyss of war flew towards the crack. Just as Ling Xiao and the rest were about to leave, a green light quietly appeared behind Ling Xiao and followed them out of the abyss of war. Outside the space of the abyss of war, more than 10 old men who were half emperor rank and above were already waiting for them. In less than half a day, more than 400 earthly kings who survived appeared. The only old man who had reached the emperor rank glanced at everyone and said, everyone will go to the ruined city to inspect your harvest and decide the ranking. No one had any objections, and all of them flew towards the nearby ruined city at the same time. At this time, Ling Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, old man, why did you come back? An old voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Young friend, your resentment is not small. Could it be that you don't want to see this old man? It turned out that when they left, the green light was Lu Weng. At this moment, it didn't force its way into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Instead, it was attached to Ling Xiao's clothes, and no one else could sense its existence. That's right, this young master doesn't have the time to nurture an old thing like you. You should leave, Ling Xiao replied directly. Lu Weng fell silent for a moment. You know? Of course I know, but you don't owe me anything. You've already gained a lot, so I think you should find a primitive mountain range and live there. If others find out about your existence, I'm afraid I'll have to die with you. Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao had absorbed the remnant souls of the warlord and many half-emperor rank souls, and he had learned many secrets from their memories. He had also finally found out about Lu Weng's true origins. It was a variant tree of heaven and earth, called the Undying Tree. Everything from the Immortal Tree was an extremely rare top-quality elixir. The 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree fruit, and 10,000-year tree root were only a small part of its essence. However, it had the effect of bringing people back from the dead, as well as improving their physique. For a martial artist with the wood attribute, it could greatly increase the purity of their attribute. Ling Xiao's 100% purity of the wood attribute had been formed when Lu Weng had placed it in his sea of consciousness. The true essence of the undying tree lay in its undying heart. This undying heart was the essence of the undying tree. No matter who it was a rare treasure that could only be found once every 10,000 years. With it, anyone whose soul had yet to scatter could be revived, and it could even restore one's youth. Its constitution and vitality had the effect of immortality. Unless the head and heart were completely severed, it could regrow limbs without fear of injury. In addition, it could help any peak would attribute emperor rank cultivator step into the saint realm, or even allow a peak saint to enter the holy emperor realm. In terms of the grade of spirit herbs, it was already a peak 9th tier holy tree. Lu Weng was the tree spirit of the undying tree, and at the same time, it also had the undying heart. It was just that it could transform into a tree spirit. From the inherited memories, Ling Xiao knew that this kind of holy tree could only exist in an immortal land with extremely dense spiritual qi. When Lu Weng had appeared in the Illusion Valley, it had probably been injured. Otherwise, how could it have been affected by a mere second-stage illusory demon? Later on, it had rejuvenated the barren Illusion Valley with all its vitality. To it, it hadn't used up much energy, but it had been too lazy to deal with Ling Xiao, and wanted to reside in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea to recover its energy essence. Through all these things, Ling Xiao already understood that Lu Weng definitely had some unspeakable secret. Ling Xiao also knew that leaving Lu Weng in his knowledge sea was definitely more beneficial than harmful. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to feel like he was being used by others. Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't allow such an uneasy factor to exist. If he had the ability to capture Lu Weng and extract its undying heart, then Luo Meiying would be able to come back from the dead. However, Lu Weng was a 9th stage tree spirit. Even if it couldn't display its full strength, it wasn't something he could provoke right now. Moreover, Lu Weng had helped him quite a bit over the years, so he couldn't bear to make a move against Lu Weng. That was why he had opened his mouth to drive Lu Weng away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Lu Weng heavily sighed. Little friend, although I've been recovering in your knowledge sea, this old man has never treated you unfairly. Why must you be so heartless? I'm heartless? If it weren't for the fact that your strength isn't bad, this young master would have already taken your undying heart, said Ling Xiao in a very displeased manner. Is there no room for negotiation? Lu Weng truly didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. That pure spiritual fluid was the best medicine to purify his profound qi. Back then, he had chosen Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's enormous knowledge sea. At the time, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely weak, and he hadn't been able to harm him. Originally, he wanted to wait until his profound qi recovered before leaving. However, he had encountered the Blood Devil Spirit Tree, a tree spirit on the same level as him. Although the Blood Devil Spirit Tree was an evil tree spirit, as long as Lu Weng could absorb its essence, it would definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to evolve further. Unfortunately, the Blood Devil Spirit Tree had still managed to escape in the end. Thus, before leaving, he had no choice but to return to find Ling Xiao. However, he had sensed the existence of the Blood Devil Spirit Tree. Now that a human expert was present, he didn't act rashly. A cunning light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes as he said, "There's naturally room for negotiation, but I know that you won't agree. Thus, I think you should find someone else to nourish you. Little friend, tell me. As long as this old man can do it, I will definitely do my best to help you," said Lu Weng. After leaving Ling Xiao, It would be extremely difficult to find another person with a knowledge sea as vast and pure as Ling Zhao's. Moreover, Ling Zhao's opportunities were plentiful. If he followed him, he might even be able to step into that legendary realm and become an immortal existence. Thus, he had no choice but to compromise with Ling Zhao. My requirements aren't high, just half an undying heart will do. Ling Zhao said without even thinking about it. For the past few years, he had been bitterly searching for a method to revive Luo Meng. Only now did he know that Lu Weng's undying heart had the effect of reviving the dead. Wasn't this the peerless life-saving treasure that he had been searching for? Just half an undying heart was enough to take Lu Weng's old life. This old man definitely wouldn't be willing. Sure enough, Lu Weng flew into a rage and shouted, "Little friend, you're trying to take this old man's life. Half an undying heart won't be able to take your life. At worst, I'll let you stay in my knowledge sea for 1,000 years, and I'll also store some wood attribute spirit herbs for you to absorb. I'm sure that you'll be able to recover one day," Ling Zhao said with absolute certainty. Lu Weng sank into silence for a long time. It was likely that he was calculating the pros and cons of this matter. Ling Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He had already returned to the ruined city along with everyone else. The Emperor-level expert indifferently said, "Now, we'll check the number of Emperor pills in your hands. The one with the highest number will be bestowed the title of First Emperor, the top 10 will be bestowed the title of Slaughter Emperor, and the top 100 will be bestowed the title of Battle Emperor. You can exchange your Emperor pills with us for things you need, or we can use profound crystals to purchase them. Of course, you can also leave your Emperor pills behind. We won't force you." Chapter 655. The 18 half-step emperors split up in 18 different directions and began to inspect the imperial pills handed over by the earthly sovereigns. Heavenly Snow Ridge's O Yonghao harvested 28 imperial pills. Wooden Blade Gate's Mu Linson harvested 21 imperial pills. Jade Sea City's Yen Feng harvested 12 imperial pills. Song Feng Mountain's Fan Feng harvested 16 imperial pills. As the voices of the quasi-emperors from all over the city resounded, the ruined city seemed to be bustling with noise. At first, the earthly sovereigns handed over a dozen to 20 imperial pills. Occasionally there would be single digits, but only a few had over 30. Within the chaotic abyss of war, imperial pills were guarded by resentful spirits. It wasn't easy for them to obtain them, and most of them worked in groups, so each person wouldn't get much. When there were more than 100 people, the earthly sovereigns who had obtained a large number of imperial pills finally showed up. Myriad Weapon City's Yu Dongfeng harvested 78 imperial pills. Maple Fire Sect's Ma Tej harvested 91 imperial pills. Mystic Blade Sect's Xia Hualing harvested 103 imperial pills. Ruan Jiaqing Ruan Jinshao harvested 98 imperial pills. As more and more earthly sovereigns came up to inspect, there were finally some with over 100 imperial pills. These people had the potential to advance into the top 100 battle emperors. Suddenly, an elderly half-step emperor shouted, "Hidden Sword Sect's Xie Shaojian harvested 243 imperial pills." As soon as the announcement was made, everyone gathered in the direction of the elderly half-step emperor. They saw a young man dressed in luxurious clothing with an arrogant expression, his eyes filled with pride. This person was the Hidden Sword Sect's Xie Shaojian, a peak earthly sovereign. He was currently the one with the most imperial pills, and felt that he had a high chance of becoming one of the top 10 imperial killers. Hidden Sword Sect? The Hidden Sword Sect that rarely makes a move? It said that their foundation is already comparable to a 4th-rank sect. That's right. The Hidden Sword Sect is a famous sect in the central region. Even the 18 major powers have to give in to them. It's no coincidence that their disciples have such results. 243 imperial pills. Even if he can't enter the ranks of the exterminators, he's still one of the top battle emperors. That's right. Although Xie Shaojian is only at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm, I've seen him fight before. His strength is definitely comparable to a low-level heavenly venerable. As time passed, there weren't many people who surpassed Xie Shaojian, but it wasn't as if there weren't any. Gon Moning, who came from the aristocratic Gon clan, obtained 251 sovereign pills. Pan Changhe and Luo Ning, who came from the 4th grade sect, Li Shui sect, each obtained 247 sovereign pills. Liang Junhua, a peerless genius from the 5th grade sect, obtained 285 sovereign pills. He was currently the person with the most sovereign pills. These were all geniuses other than those from the major powers. To be able to obtain such a number of emperor pills was already incredible. After all, their equipment was far inferior to those from the major powers. At this moment, a half-step emperor expert exclaimed excitedly, Yuan Zhantian harvested 850 emperor pills. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Yuan Zhantian is the person who fought with Ling Xiao. He actually harvested so many emperor pills. Could it be that he entered a place with a half-step emperor remnant soul and obtained the emperor pills? That's definitely the case. Yuan Zhantian's battle strength is comparable to a high-level heavenly venerable. No wonder he's stronger than the leaders of the major powers. I wonder how many emperor pills Ling Xiao, who's even more terrifying than him, has harvested? Yuan Zhantian will definitely enter the ranks of imperial killer. In the future, when he becomes a heavenly venerable and stimulates more sacred battle apes Tenbin, I'm afraid he'll still be invincible among those in the same realm. That day, he was seriously injured and was chased by dozens of earthly sovereigns. To think that he's still alive. He's really extraordinarily tough. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Zhantian, who was not far away. His expression was somewhat hypocritical. He sighed in his heart, it's a pity that he gave me 500 imperial pills. Otherwise, he could have broken through to 1,000. With such an opponent, I would not be lonely in this life. Yuan Zhantian seemed to feel Ling Xiao's gaze. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, he nodded lightly and walked to the side, sitting down cross-legged, not bothering with anything else. All right, you two can go and inspect as well, Ling Xiao said to Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, who were beside him. The two nodded lightly and walked towards the half-step emperor expert who was inspecting the emperor pills. Gu Jiaojiao was in front of Yi Yunfeng. She bowed slightly to the half-step emperor expert and took out all her emperor pills. Placing them in front of the half-step emperor expert, she said, "This junior is Gu Jiaojiao from the Gu clan. Please inspect." The half-step emperor expert nodded lightly and scanned the emperor pills with his consciousness. He immediately said in a clear voice, "Not bad, Gu Jiaojiao from the Gu clan has obtained 361 emperor pills." Gu Jiaojiao revealed a proud expression. She put away her emperor pills and immediately retreated. Yi Yunfeng took out all his emperor pills and said, "This junior is Yi Yunfeng from the Yi clan city. Please inspect." A pile of emperor pills appeared in front of the half-step emperor expert. The surrounding earthly sovereigns looked on with envy. Not bad, Yi Yunfeng from the Yi clan city has 582 emperor pills. The half-step emperor expert said loudly, his eyes filled with admiration. Up until now, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao's emperor pills were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. The surrounding earthly sovereigns were in an uproar. At this moment, Yi Yunfeng really wanted to shout, "Hey Yunfeng, am already a war emperor." With this amount of emperor pills, it was impossible for him to not enter the war emperor rank. In the central region, all the earthly sovereigns who had reached the war emperor rank felt unparalleled glory. The slaughter emperor rank had always been occupied by powerful forces. Yi Yunfeng becoming a war emperor was definitely a piece of good news for the Yi clan. This was the first Yi clan member to become a war emperor in thousands of years. This was Yi Yunfeng's dream. Now that he had achieved it, his heart was filled with boundless excitement. He knew that this was all thanks to his big brother. His heart was filled with gratitude. If he hadn't chosen to leave the Yi clan city with his big brother, would his strength have increased by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? This was all thanks to his big brother's nurturing. If he hadn't been saved by his big brother in the chaotic abyss of war, would he still be alive to take out so many emperor pills? This was obviously impossible. Yi Yunfeng's brotherly love for Ling Xiao had already reached a point where he would never regret it. Even if Ling Xiao wanted him to die in the future, he wouldn't even frown. Gu Jiaojiao was also glad that she had lent a helping hand to Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to obtain 100 emperor pills, let alone 300. Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao returned to Ling Xiao's side, their faces filled with joy. "Big brother, aren't you going to inspect? You have more emperor pills than Yuan Zhantian. It won't be a problem for you to become the first emperor," Yi Yunfeng said excitedly to Ling Xiao. Gu Jiaojiao also smiled and said, "That's right. Brother Ling, quickly go and inspect. Let us bask in your glory." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. "Don't be anxious. Don't you see that the major powers haven't gone up to inspect yet?" Gu Jiaojiao was confused and asked, "What does it have to do with you that they haven't gone up to inspect?" Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Yi Yunfeng, who was standing to the side, guessed what Ling Xiao was thinking. He immediately smiled and said, "Big brother will definitely be the finale." Gu Jiaojiao came to her senses and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled. She thought to herself, "This guy really likes to be in the limelight." As the inspection neared its end, the major powers also began to enter the ranks of the inspection. Lu Shuang of the Lu family harvested 300 to 500 emperor pills. Lu Ming of the Lu family harvested 552 emperor pills. The devil of the ghost sect harvested 620 emperor pills. Wei Zhenyao of the heaven-splitting sect harvested 612 emperor pills. Gu Yufei of the Gu family harvested 631 emperor pills. The harvest of these major powers was indeed much more than that of ordinary earth emperors. The lowest harvest of their leaders was more than 300. When a half-step sovereign announced the Black Demon sect's Devil Sun's Emperor Elixir, it caused quite a stir. He had obtained 998 Emperor Elixirs. He only needed 2 more Emperor Elixirs to break through the 1,000 mark. As expected of the Black Demon sect's Devil Sun. With this number, it's not impossible for him to obtain the title of the first killer emperor. It's hard to say. A few days ago he ambushed Ling Xiao. At that time, I heard him say that the other 9 members of the Black Demon sect were all killed by Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao has more emperor pills than him. That's right. Ling Xiao is truly a peerless dark horse that surpasses his peers. Perhaps only that person from the martial spirit court has the power to fight him. None of the other powers that were announced could surpass the Devil's Son. The closest to him were Shang Gong Yun of the Gong family, Dong Fang Jing of the Dongfang family, and Hua Hao of the Medicine sect. The 3 of them had harvested 753 emperor pills, Dong Fang Jing 812 emperor pills, and Hua Hao of the Medicine sect 922 emperor pills. These people were destined to become Earth Emperors in the ranks of the first killer emperor. Now, only a few people had not come forward to inspect. At this time, the leader of the martial spirit court, Wu Bufan, finally slowly walked to the side of the half-emperor elder who was inspecting. The old man seemed to know Wu Bufan's identity, so he actually nodded slightly towards Wu Bufan. There was a hint of respect on his face. Wu Bufan revealed his trademark smile. Then, with a flash of his spatial ring, a large pile of emperor pills appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding Earth Emperors were already staring at them closely. Suddenly seeing so many emperor pills, their eyes were about to be dizzy. So many emperor pills. I'm afraid it's not less than the Devil Sun's. No, it's more than 1,000. It's just that I don't know if it can reach 2,000. As expected of the world's #1 pavilion. I'm afraid this new generation's leader is much more outstanding than the previous generation. I'm afraid that the #1 emperor will be none other than him. It's possible, but that Ling Xiao hasn't been inspected yet. Who knows, he might be an unexpected winner. Chapter 656. The half-emperor elder hadn't even announced Wu Bufan's number when the surrounding earthly kings couldn't help but exclaim. The number of emperor pills on the ground was truly shocking. The Black Demon sect's Devil Sun's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he murmured to himself, If that brat hadn't ruined my plans, I wouldn't have lost out to him. The people from the other great powers were all shocked. They didn't know how many dangerous places Wu Bufan had gone to obtain so many pills. The other 9 people from the martial spirit court all revealed arrogant expressions, as if Wu Bufan's glory was their glory. Senior, you can announce the numbers now, Wu Bufan said calmly to the half-emperor elder who was in a daze. There wasn't the slightest bit of arrogance on his face, as if he would always have an amiable expression. The old man returned to his senses and nodded. The martial spirit pavilion's Wu Bufan has obtained 1,581 emperor pills. Everyone in the surroundings gasped when the half-martial emperor old man announced the number. This was the first person to obtain more than 1,000 pills today, and it was likely that he would be the last. Who knew how many dangerous places he had to go to obtain so many pills? All right, is there anyone who hasn't inspected the pills yet? If not, then we'll announce the results, the elder said faintly. After a minute of silence, the elder was about to say something when a figure walked out. I'm sorry, I haven't inspected yet. It's Ling Xiao. That bastard is finally willing to go up and inspect. He's more arrogant than anyone else. That's right, but I can fight as well as he does, so what's the harm in acting arrogant? I just hope that Ling Xiao can obtain the title of First Emperor. Otherwise, the martial spirit court will monopolize everything. How boring. This Ling Xiao is so handsome. If he takes a fancy to me, I don't mind being his concubine. Just give up. The Eastern Princess has taken the initiative to pursue him, and one of the Feng family's pearls is Ling Xiao's wife. With your looks, how could he possibly like you? The Emperor Stage Cultivator looked at Ling Xiao with displeasure. Normally, the last to appear would be from the 18 great powers. Now that this Lone Ranger was the last to appear, he couldn't help but want to show off. He immediately became displeased with Ling Xiao. Hurry up. How many sovereign pills do you have? Let me inspect them right away, urged the arch. Ling Xiao scratched his head and revealed an embarrassed expression. People have 3 urgent needs. Ling Xiao didn't inspect them on purpose. Please don't misunderstand, sir. As soon as he said this, the surrounding earthly sovereigns all wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. All of them were cursing inwardly, this bastard is King outrageous. He actually dares to speak to an emperor-ranked powerhouse like that. The emperor-rank expert's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Hurry up! I don't have time to waste with you." Yes. Ling Xiao repeatedly replied before a pile of sovereign pills appeared on the ground. The emperor-rank old man looked at the sovereign pills on the ground and felt a bit better. He immediately said, "Not bad. There are a total of 735 pills. All right, you can announce the results of the Imperial Ranking Tournament." My lord, I have more. Ling Xiao hurriedly interrupted the Emperor-rank old man. The Emperor-rank old man shouted angrily, "Then why don't you take them all at once?" Ling Xiao quickly took out dozens of spatial rings. The Emperor-rank old man and the surrounding people didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing. Could it be that these spatial rings were all stolen? Didn't he see the number of sovereign pills inside? Immediately afterward, everyone watched dumbfounded as Ling Xiao took out the sovereign pills from the spatial rings one by one. There are some here as well. Why are there so few? Damn it. This is still passable. Ling Xiao looked through the spatial rings one by one and took out the sovereign pills. When he saw the small number of sovereign pills, he couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed, but when he saw the large number, he wasn't surprised. However, in the eyes of the others, Ling Xiao was a monster. Just how many earthly sovereigns did he rob to obtain so many sovereign pills? If Ling Xiao heard their words, he would immediately cry out in grievance. They were the ones who took the initiative to rob him. This young master had no choice but to rob them. Each spatial ring had dozens of sovereign pills, and occasionally 100 or 200. With so many sovereign pills added together, there should be at least 500 or 600 in total. This number was infinitely close to Wu Bufan's. Wu Bufan, who was standing to the side, also revealed a slightly moved expression. Over at the Feng family's side, Ji Beixing couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Xiao, he's always so unexpected, so handsome." Feng Wuing took a sip of wine and said, "This guy likes to show off too much. He doesn't even know how to keep a low profile." Hee hee, I'm laughing at his personality. Most of the time, he's like a child, but sometimes he's like an emperor, making people feel that he's a bit serious and scary. But he's always been very considerate to me, Ji Beixin said with admiration. Feng Yaxin interjected, I'm afraid it's not just to you, he's just as considerate to other women. Just as Ling Xiao finished taking out these spatial rings, the emperor-rank old man revealed a look of shock, but he nodded lightly and said, there were 735 before, and now there are 583, that's a total of 1318. Good. This number is second only to Wu Bufan. As soon as the old man finished speaking, not only did the surrounding Earth sovereigns not exclaim in surprise, but they instead had looks of pity. They felt that Ling Xiao was a dark horse that had a high chance of surpassing Wu Bufan, but unfortunately he was still short by more than 200 pills. It seemed that the position of First Martial Emperor had fallen into the hands of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The people of the Martial Spirit Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when they saw Ling Xiao take out so many Emperor pills one after another, they were really shocked. If the position of First Martial Emperor was taken away by someone without any force to rely on, their expressions wouldn't look good. Alright, you can leave now, I'll announce the rankings. The Emperor-rank old man glanced at Ling Xiao who had yet to leave and said. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said with embarrassment, Sir, I haven't taken out all the Emperor pills yet, how can you announce my number so soon? The Emperor-rank old man's face darkened as he couldn't suppress his anger and roared, Then what are you still dilly-dallying for? Do you really think this Emperor is that patient? Ling Xiao's face was sprayed with saliva and he repeatedly said, I'll take them out. I'll take them out. However, in his heart, he was thinking disdainfully, could there be some kind of virus in this old man's saliva? Then, Ling Xiao took out a space ring and grinned foolishly, I almost forgot about the treasures I used to watch you win. Saying so, he took out all the Emperor pills from the space ring. A large pile of Emperor pills fell to the ground. When these Emperor pills appeared, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Wu Bufan, who had always been calm, had a slightly moved expression on his face. This is impossible. How could he plunder so many Emperor pills? The facts are right in front of us. This Ling Xiao is destined to become the first martial emperor of this generation. This Ling Xiao is really too terrifying. As expected of the monster that defeated the sacred battle ape, who else in this generation can be his match? After he breaks through to the heavenly venerable realm, I'm afraid he will also be able to suppress his peers. Yes, this guy is too abnormal. Who knows how many dangerous places he went to obtain so many Emperor pills? Some even have Emperor rank remnant souls in them. Even heavenly venerables don't dare to approach them easily. I really don't know how he did it. The surrounding earthly sovereigns were discussing in horror. The expressions on their faces were very interesting. Jingjing, you really have good taste in choosing this husband. Dongfang Xiong of the Dongfang family couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Dongfang Jing. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he couldn't wait to make Ling Xiao his brother-in-law. Dongfang Jing's seductive face revealed a trace of pride as she said, I just felt that he was extraordinary. I didn't expect him to surpass that monster from the spiritual martial pavilion. It seems that I, Dongfang Jing, can't let this man go no matter what. Dongfang Jing was also speaking the truth. She also didn't expect that Ling Xiao could surpass Wu Bufan and seize the position of the first martial emperor. On the Feng family's side, Ji Beixin exclaimed with joy, I knew that laughter is always the most outstanding. Feng Wing drank a mouthful of wine, lightly flicked his scattered hair, and said, Is this guy still human? He actually seized so many Emperor pills, too abnormal. Feng Yaxin's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, but her heart was extremely complicated. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more she felt conflicted in her heart. Could she really let such an outstanding man slip away before her eyes? On the Gu family's side, Gu Yufei's resentful gaze became even more gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly as he said in his heart, I'll let you be complacent for a few days. Once I return to the clan, There'll be no place for you to hide in the Central Territory. On the other hand, Gu Xiaohe felt extremely bitter in her heart. She really wanted to disregard everything and pounce into Ling Zhao's arms and say that she liked him. However, her older brother had formed enmity with Ling Xiao, so what other choice did she have? The beautiful eyes of the earthly emperors in the surroundings revealed amorous gazes as they gazed at Ling Xiao, and they wished for nothing more than to strip naked in front of Ling Xiao and seduce him. Ling Xiao exclaimed lightly, and then he said to the emperor rank old man, "My lord, I only have a few emperor pills left, I don't have any more. I only have a few emperor pills left." This sentence was like a slap on the faces of all the earthly emperors, and it caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable and burning. There was no need to count to know that there were more than 2,000 emperor pills, and he was already the person who'd obtained the most out of all the earthly emperors. However, he'd actually said that he only had a few. Wasn't this purely trying to make others die of shame? The emperor rank old man heaved a sigh of relief, and he recovered from his shock. He swept the list with his divine sense before he continued to read, Ling Xiao of the Northwest, 2,318 emperor pills. This number was 737 more than Wu Bufan's 1,581 emperor pills. The surrounding earthly emperors couldn't help but gulp when they heard this number, and they were so shocked in their hearts that they didn't know how to describe it. The expressions of the other half-realm emperors had become quite interesting as well, and their gazes towards Ling Xiao had become scorching hot. All of them had the same thought in their minds, and it was to rope him in no matter what. Chapter 657. Alright, if no one else comes forward to inspect, shall I announce the rankings of this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament? The Emperor Stage old man glanced at all the emperors and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, no one else came forward. Following that, the Emperor Stage old man finally announced the list of the top 100. First Emperor, Ling Xiao of the Northwest, 2,318 imperial pills, fully deserving of the title of champion. The top 10 imperial slaughtering emperors were Wu Bufan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, who was ranked behind Ling Xiao, followed by the Devil Son of the Black Demon Sect, Hua Hao of the Medicine Sect, Yuan Zhantian who had no influence, Dongfang Jing of the Dongfang clan, Shangguan Yun of the Shangguan clan, Kang Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, Ouyang Zhenxing of the Ouyang clan, Lei Hu of the Purple Thunder sect, and Hua Feishue of the Myriad Flower sect. The 90 imperial slaughtering emperors were Feng Wuying of the Feng clan, Gu Yufei of the Gu clan, Gui Zi of the Ghost sect, Yi Yunfeng of the Yi clan, Lu Ming of the Lu clan. There are a total of 101 imperial slaughtering emperors. All of you can stay and head to the Pond of Enlightenment. The rest of you can go to the side and exchange the imperial pills in your hands before returning via the transmission formation, the Emperor Stage expert said. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 300 imperial slaughtering emperors immediately rushed towards the half-step Emperor Stage old man. Every imperial elixir in their hands could be exchanged for high-level spirit herbs, elixirs, or upper-grade mysterious crystals. It all depended on the quantity. The higher the value of the elixir, the higher the value. Although they didn't enter the Imperial Warrior list, it could still be considered as a gain. The Emperor Stage old man looked at the 101 earthly emperors and nodded his head in satisfaction. He said, "This time, the Imperial ranking competition has ended. You are the most outstanding among the new generation of earthly emperors. According to the discussion, you can soak in the enlightenment pool once. As for whether or not you can gain anything, that will depend on your own luck." At this point, many of the imperial emperors revealed expressions of ecstasy. The Pond of Enlightenment was a wondrous place in the central region. It was said that there was a 30% chance of comprehending one's own Tao and stepping into the Empyrean realm. However, the Pond of Enlightenment had always been jointly controlled by the 18 great powers, and others rarely had the chance to touch it. This time, it was taken out as a reward for the imperial emperors, which made them extremely happy. The Emperor Stage powerhouse continued. The first throne and the other 10 slaughtering emperors will also receive a generous reward. Then he gave out the rewards one by one. However, Yang Kai did not announce what rewards each of them had received, just giving each of them a space ring so that they knew what they had received. After all, the top 10 slaughtering emperors were mostly from the 18 great powers. Their foundations were still very rich, and many people would not be interested in these rewards. Alright, you can all disperse. Take your imperial pills and exchange them. Tomorrow, I'll bring all of you to the Enlightenment Pond, said the old man indifferently. Everyone dispersed. However, those earthly sovereigns of the major powers would not use their emperor pills to exchange, because the half-emperor experts who purchased the emperor pills were the elders of their respective clans. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk to the side with Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, the emperor-level expert appeared in front of them. The three of them immediately bowed and greeted the emperor-rank expert. Ling Xiao, stay here. I have something to say to you, said the emperor-rank expert. Ling Xiao was taken aback, but he waved at Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao, gesturing for them to wait to the side. When the surrounding battle emperors heard the emperor-rank expert call out to Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with intense envy. It was as if they had all guessed why the emperor-rank expert was looking for Ling Xiao. May I know what business you have with me, my lord? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. Ling Xiao, you're really good. The emperor-rank expert was not stingy with his praise, and then said, you're the first earthly sovereign in the last 1,000 years to obtain first place in the imperial rankings without relying on your sex resources. At the same time, you're also the youngest first throne in history. You're only 26 years old. Even the demonic emperor from 10,000 years ago was older than you by a year. You're really amazing. Ah, my lord, you're too kind. Ling Xiao replied humbly. He thought to himself proudly, so I've already surpassed master. Ha, when he finds out in the future, I'm afraid he'll beat his chest and go crazy again. Yes, are you really from the northwest? The emperor-rank expert asked after responding. Ling Xiao immediately nodded and said, yes, Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, an 8th grade sect in the northwest. The emperor-rank expert's mouth formed an O shape, and then he exclaimed, but a mere 8th grade sect's disciple actually managed to produce such a weirdo. It's really hard to predict. I presume you must have had some personal opportunities before. Forget it, no matter where you came from, obtaining the first throne is enough to prove that you have the strength to suppress your peers. I wonder if you're willing to join our spiritual martial pavilion? Spiritual martial pavilion? Ling Xiao was immediately stunned when he heard the emperor-rank expert's words. The spiritual martial pavilion was second to none in the central region. There were as many experts as the clouds, and there were also many high-grade alchemists, blacksmiths, and beast tamers. Their influence was spread throughout the major cities of the central region, and there was no need to doubt their strength and heritage. In the central region, all the youths felt honored to be able to enter the spiritual martial pavilion as a disciple. It could be said that the spiritual martial pavilion was the holy land of the central region. Even the Black Demon sect, the Medicine sect, and other powerful forces could not compare. If it were anyone else, they would probably immediately kneel down in gratitude and agree. But who was Ling Xiao? He was the successor of the Holy Emperor Realm's romantic demonic emperor. Back then, his master had not accepted the spiritual martial pavilion's invitation, so it was naturally impossible for him to accept it now. Moreover, he had the memory inheritance of several ancient almighty beings. This heritage of knowledge and experience was enough to make him powerful. Moreover, he had always wanted to establish his own force, so it was absolutely impossible for him to join another force. Ling Xiao refused without even thinking. Ling Xiao appreciates this lord's good intentions, but Ling Xiao has been used to being lazy since a young age. I have no intention of joining another force. The emperor-rank expert was stunned at first, then he said, you have to think it through. Although your aptitude is outstanding, once you reach the heavenly sovereign realm, it will not be easy for you to advance quickly without the support of resources. Moreover, it will be even more difficult to break through to the emperor rank in the future. This emperor rank old man sincerely wanted to recruit Ling Xiao into the spiritual martial pavilion. This kind of genius surpassed Wu Bufan, and even faintly revealed the demeanor of an emperor. He was truly more suitable than Wu Bufan to be the leader of the new generation. Ling Xiao refused again. Ling Xiao has already thought it through, Lord, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Moreover, Master Ling Xiao will not allow me to join your side. Who is your master? How strong are the people of a rank 8 sect? How can they not allow you to join our spiritual martial pavilion? Are they tired of living? The emperor rank old man said somewhat angrily. He thought that it was only a rank 8 sect. Could the strongest person surpass the heavenly sovereign realm? They actually did not allow such a genius to join their spiritual martial pavilion. They might even annihilate such a sect. Ling Xiao continued. Although Ling Xiao is a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, I was taken in as a disciple by another master after I arrived in the central region. My master is the demonic emperor. I don't know if Lord has heard of him, but that old fellow always said in front of me that he is very famous, powerful, and invincible. Even your pavilion, he does not put you in his eyes. However, Ling Xiao knows that your pavilion is the #1 pavilion in the central region, so Ling Xiao only thinks that the old fellow is bragging. I hope Lord will not take offense. You said that your master is the demonic emperor? Lord Demonic Emperor? The emperor rank old man's expression became shocked, and he asked carefully. Ling Xiao nodded and said, that's right. That old fellow even said that he seized the position of the first imperial throne all those years ago, and he just had to force me to participate in the imperial rankings competition. How boring. The emperor rank old man's face turned green, and he thought to himself, the position of the first imperial throne is a glory that everyone wants to seize, but not everyone has the strength to do so. But this little fellow actually said that it's boring. Could it be that he really is that Lord's disciple? Then how can you prove that Lord Demonic Emperor is your master? You can't joke about this. If I find out that you're lying to me, then not only will I strip you of your position as the first imperial throne, I'll even suppress you for 100 years as punishment. The emperor rank old man spoke in an extremely solemn manner, and a faintly discernible aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. This powerful aura wasn't meant to shake Ling Xiao, but to test whether or not Ling Xiao's mind was stable. Once he sensed that Ling Xiao was panicking, he would be sure that Ling Xiao was lying. Ling Xiao ignored the emperor rank old man's aura, and he smiled lightheartedly. He calls himself the demonic emperor, but in my opinion, he's just a lecherous old man. I really can't see how he's capable of being a playboy. However, he once said that the supreme demonic emperor divine technique he cultivates was created by him, and it's a unique divine technique in the central region. I don't know if it's true or not. Have you heard of it, my lord? The supreme demonic emperor divine technique? Circulate your energy for me to see. The emperor rank old man said impatiently. Ling Xiao didn't know why the emperor rank old man was so nervous, and he thought to himself, could it be that master's name can really intimidate the martial spirit pavilion? Ling Xiao circulated the supreme primordial restoration technique, and layers of multicolored divine light interweaved around Ling Xiao, as if they were tiny multicolored dragons. They looked so lively and mighty. The emperor rank old man's expression suddenly became excited. Five elements at the same time. Metal, fire, wood, ice, and wind. The 5 elements have fused together, and this is indeed the supreme demonic emperor divine technique's nether protection technique. However, this dragon form is even more regal than that lord. The heavens have taken pity on me. I, Daoin, have finally met my benefactor's disciple. The more the emperor rank old man spoke, the more excited he became, and his old eyes actually began to blur. His next action was even more shocking, and he actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped in fright, and he hurriedly jumped to the side. My lord, what are you doing? Ling Xiao asked nervously. He really couldn't understand what the emperor rank old man was doing. Although his master had been famous for nearly 10,000 years, he had disappeared for thousands of years. There was no reason for an emperor rank old man to kneel to him, right? Chapter 658. The quasi-emperor realm old men and all the earthly emperors in the surroundings were shocked by this emperor realm old man kneeling down in public. A few of the quasi-emperor realm old men even walked over and exclaimed with surprise, "Taoist brother, why are you doing this?" "Yes, my lord, don't make things difficult for Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao was on the verge of tears. How could he have imagined that this emperor realm old man would kneel without any warning? This old man was an elder of the martial spirit pavilion, and there probably weren't many people in the entire central territory that could make him kneel. Why is he kneeling to me now? This would cause others to misunderstand that I, Ling Xiao, am bullying an old man. After all, Ling Xiao had always been a kind and handsome young man that respected the old and cherished the young. The Emperor Realm expert paid no attention to the gazes of the others, and he still knelt down as he spoke in a clear voice. "The Lord Evil Emperor once saved my life, and he even showed some kindness to me. Daoin has never forgotten the Lord's kindness for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the Lord Evil Emperor, then I would have probably perished a long time ago. Young Master Ling, as the Lord's disciple, you should accept a bow from me." The others in the surroundings gazed at Ling Xiao with surprise when they heard this. A quasi-emperor realm expert had a bewildered expression as he asked, "Taoist brother? Is Ling Xiao really the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple?" Dao En nodded heavily and said, "The Lord Evil Emperor's Sovereign Evil King Divine Technique is a unique divine technique created by the Lord himself. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Otherwise, there's no cultivation technique that's capable of fusing the 5 elements together and achieving a uniform balance and conversion. So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that young brother Ling is actually the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. I've truly been disrespectful." The quasi-emperor immediately greeted Ling Xiao respectfully. He'd even changed his address to young brother Ling, and it obviously showed how much importance he attached to Ling Xiao's identity. The evil emperor had been famous for close to 10,000 years and had become a legendary figure. Everyone present, regardless of their generation, was far inferior to the evil emperor. Ling Xiao replied modestly, then called Daoin over and said, "Sir, you should get up. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that you'll be a disgrace to the younger generation. Although Master has done you a favor, this has nothing to do with me. You just need to treat me like an ordinary person. Master doesn't want me to borrow his name to cause trouble everywhere." He spoke humbly, but there was a hint of smugness on his face. It was as if there was a saying on his face, "The demonic emperor is my master. Don't think that I don't have a backer." Dwayne stood up and said, "Does young Master Ling know where Sir is now? Although I've only met you once in the past, I've never forgotten your kindness even after thousands of years. I want to personally repay your kindness." Ling Xiao replied, "Even if I tell you where Master is, you might not be able to find him. I think it's better to forget about it." However, he muttered in his heart, "If you really want to repay my kindness, just give me some high-grade spirit herbs or high-grade mystic crystals as a token of appreciation. Why do you need to see my master?" Dwayne was a little puzzled and said, "What does young Master Ling mean? Could it be that Sir has already gone? Are you trying to curse my master to death?" Ling Xiao hurriedly spat a few times. "Then where did Sir go? Although Dwayne's strength is low, he's still a mid-stage mystic emperor. There aren't many places in the central region that Dwayne can't go," Dwayne said. "With Sir's strength, he can indeed go anywhere in the central region, but what about outside the central region?" Ling Xiao kept him in suspense. Outside the central region, could it be? Dwayne's eyes lit up as he immediately understood where Ling Xiao was referring to. However, before he could finish speaking, an elderly half-martial emperor immediately exclaimed, "Dao brother, little friend Ling is referring to the heaven region. With Sir Evil Emperor's talent, how could he fall? So he has already gone to the heaven region." "That's right. When Lord Evil Emperor was arrogant in the central region, we hadn't even made our debut. The battle between the 4 great legends thousands of years ago caused countless legends to disappear. No one knows what the result of that battle was. Now that Lord Evil Emperor has a successor, I presume that the battle has already come to an end, said another quasi-emperor with a look of worship. Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible. All of them are peerless figures. Although Evil Emperor has a successor to prove that he is still alive, we can't jump to the conclusion that the other three are no longer around. Another elderly half-martial emperor sighed. The other quasi-emperors spoke one after the other, and their old faces were filled with admiration, causing the earthly sovereigns in the surroundings to feel cold. However, most of the surrounding earthly sovereigns didn't know about the four legends, so they couldn't help but discuss in low voices. What kind of person is this evil emperor? Why are these lords worshipping him so much? He must be an old senior who has been famous for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teach such an outstanding disciple like Ling Xiao. Perhaps he's a hidden expert, but the name Evil Emperor sounds a bit familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. I remember now. In the past, my ancestor would often talk about the Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible. Thousands of years ago, they were invincible existences. They had experienced countless battles and had never been defeated. Even the major powers had to be courteous to them. Back then, Evil Emperor was one of them. Although he was extremely romantic, his strength had already reached the peak of the martial path. It was rumored that he reached the Saint Realm in just a few thousand years. Hiss! So he's such a terrifying figure. No wonder this Ling Xiao is so abnormal. The Gu family's Gu Yufei had grown up in a large power, so he had naturally heard about a legendary figure like the Evil Emperor from his predecessors. He never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be the Evil Emperor's only disciple. This caused his heart to be in a state of turmoil. If the Gu family really killed Ling Xiao and took back the Golden Dragon Spear, then what would they do if they angered the Evil Emperor? The Evil Emperor was a legendary existence, and even their Gu family didn't dare to say that they could completely contend against him. Gu Yufei clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, no matter what, I must snatch the Golden Dragon Spear back. So what if he's the Evil Emperor's disciple? Could it be that the Evil Emperor will return from the Heaven Realm? Dwayne no longer paid attention to the rowdy crowd and brought Ling Xiao to the side to chat. Young Master Ling, did Lord Evil Emperor really go to the Heaven Realm? Dwayne asked seriously. Ling Xiao nodded. Of course, Master only taught me for a year before leaving. Dwayne let out a heavy sigh and said, it looks like Dwayne will never be able to repay benefactors' kindness in this lifetime. The Heaven Realm was a realm that only those who had reached the strength of a saint would have the chance to step into. Although Dwayne was already at the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor, it wasn't that easy for him to step into the Saint Realm. This required a great deal of comprehension and opportunity, and not every Mystic Emperor had the chance to step into this step. Dwayne also didn't really hope that he would be able to reach the Saint Realm. It was unknown how many geniuses had been stuck at this hurdle. Lord, don't belittle yourself. Lord is still in his prime, and there will be a day when you can break through to the Saint Realm and step into the Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao said, Young Master Ling, you should just call me Dwayne. I am not willing to be called Lord, Dwayne responded and then handed 3 items to Ling Xiao, saying, since I am unable to repay benefactors' kindness in person, then these items can be considered as a greeting gift from Dwayne to young Master Ling. I hope that young Master Ling will not dislike them. Ling Xiao looked at the items in Dwayne's hand and his eyes lit up, and his heartbeat immediately sped up. This is an undeserved reward. Lord Dwayne is too kind. Ling Xiao's words were very polite, but his hands were not slow at all as he immediately received the 3 items. Dwayne only hopes that I will have the chance to meet your respected master in the future. Please convey my thanks on behalf of Dwayne, Dwayne said. Lord Dwayne, please feel free to do so. In the future, I will definitely explain this matter to my respected master, Ling Xiao replied. That's good. Let's go back. If there is anything you can't resolve in the future, you can bring this token to Lingwu City to find me. No matter what it is, I, Dwayne, will definitely do my best to help Ling Xiao, Dwayne said as he handed a token to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thanked him again and accepted the token. Oh right, the imperial pills you have can be exchanged for all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, medicinal pills, or mysterious crystals. Why don't you exchange them with me? That way, you won't be cheated by those old foxes outside, Duane said as he thought of the imperial pills. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, Lord Duane, I have my own uses for these imperial pills, so I don't plan on exchanging them for now. Imperial pills were good stuff for alchemists, so Ling Xiao didn't plan on exchanging them. Duane didn't ask any more questions and just nodded before returning to the crowd. Half a day later, all the earthly sovereigns had exchanged their imperial pills, and the earthly sovereigns who didn't make it into the top 100 were escorted back to their original cities by the various quasi-emperors. As for Duane, he led the 101 earthly sovereigns to the Pond of Enlightenment through his personal transmission array. The Pond of Enlightenment was located in the center of the central region, in a place called the Sunset Mountains. The Sunset Mountains was one of the desolate ancient mountain ranges. It occupied an extremely vast area, and it was one of the few large mountain ranges in the central region. Just like the other mountain ranges, there were all sorts of exotic plants and spirit beasts here. It was a hunting ground for mercenaries, and it was also a favorite training ground for the various great powers. The Pond of Enlightenment was also a wondrous pond discovered by the various great powers more than 3,000 years ago. Peak earthly sovereigns who soaked in it had a certain chance of comprehending their own Tao and deducing a world that belonged to them. From there, they could suddenly attain the strength of a heavenly venerable. It was also because of this great discovery that the Pond of Enlightenment was immediately jointly controlled by the 18 great powers. The other powers didn't have the opportunity to share the benefits of the Pond of Enlightenment. It was also from there that the Pond of Enlightenment became one of the famous wondrous places in the central region. Historically, the Pond of Enlightenment was only open to the younger generation of peak earthly sovereigns from the 18 great powers every 10 years, and the number of spots was limited. However, this time, the Lord of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion had actually opened his mouth to allow the top 100 battle emperors to have a chance to soak in the Pond of Enlightenment once. This was an extremely great temptation to any peak earthly sovereign. This also caused the competition for the imperial rankings to be much more intense than in the past. Which peak earthly sovereign didn't want to use the Pond of Enlightenment to deduce their own world and step into the ranks of the heavenly venerable? Chapter 659. The dense forest was lush and verdant. Hundreds of birds soared in the sky, tens of thousands of beasts cried out, and tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. This was the scenery of the setting sun mountain range. From afar, it made people feel that this mountain range was infinitely beautiful. However, this beautiful mountain range was filled with countless dangers. The ferocious spirit beasts would often devour the humans who trespassed into their territory. Daoan led the 101 earthly emperors and flew into the setting sun mountain range. Everyone unleashed their powerful forces, causing the low-rank spirit beasts below to not dare to act rashly. The group didn't fly for long before a few elders flew out. These elders' expressions and actions seemed to carry great power. They must be the Emperor Stage experts that guarded the Enlightenment Pond. Brother Daoan, you finally come. It's been hard on you this time. One of the Emperor Stage experts called out to Daoan. Daoan cupped his hands and said, "There's no need to be so polite, brothers. It's more important to bring these children into the Enlightenment Pond as soon as possible." Brother Daoan is right. The Emperor Stage expert responded and immediately flew into the setting sun mountain range with everyone else. These Emperor Stage experts already knew the path to the Enlightenment Pond like the back of their hands. Under their lead, they weren't attacked by any high-rank spirit herbs. After flying for half a day, they finally landed in a valley surrounded by mountains. Just as they got close to the valley, they felt waves of dense spiritual chi gathering towards them. This spirit energy was actually more than 10 times denser than the outer region. It made people feel extremely comfortable, and the divine arts that were circulating within their bodies greedily absorbed it. Immediately after, the 7 Emperor Stage experts waved their dazzling attribute lights at the center of the valley. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 7 attribute lights bombarded 7 different locations. Cracks appeared on the surface of the valley. It was obvious that there was a formation set up here, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter. After the spatial ripples split open, a thin layer of milky white mist appeared below the valley. Through the mist, one could see that there was a pond below. This pool was probably a miraculous pool in the Central Territory, the Pool of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment Pond wasn't very big, but it was no problem for it to accommodate all 101 of them. The earthly emperors in the sky all revealed looks of joy. This time, they had tried their best to enter the top 100. Most of them were here for the Pond of Enlightenment. The top 100 battle emperors can soak in the Pond of Enlightenment for a day, the top 10 imperial killers can soak for 7 days, and the first martial emperor can soak for half a month. Once you gain enlightenment, come out immediately. Do not destroy anything under the Pond of Enlightenment, or you will be killed immediately. Daoan's voice sounded. The earthly sovereigns nodded their heads and prepared to descend into the Pond of Enlightenment. However, right at this moment, Gu Yufei suddenly left the group and flashed towards an Emperor Realm old man. Yufei greets 5th great-grandfather. Gu Yufei bowed to the green-robed Emperor Realm old man. The Emperor Realm old man said in a dignified tone, "So it's Fei? I haven't seen you for 10 years, but your strength has risen from the low-level earthly sovereign realm to the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Your cultivation speed isn't bad. Did you enter the top 10 this time?" This person was an ancestor-class elder of the Gu clan. His name was Gu Xing, and he had the strength of a low-tier mystic the Arch. He'd been guarding the Pond of Enlightenment for the past 10 years. After all, if there weren't any Emperor Realm experts from the various great powers guarding such a miraculous place, then it was likely that some hidden experts would forcefully break it open and allow their disciples to enter the Pond of Enlightenment, or perhaps destroy the natural wonders of the Pond of Enlightenment. They had to guard against all of these. Fei has failed the Gu clan's expectations this time, and is only ranked 13th. I didn't enter the top 10. Gu Yufei lowered his head and spoke guiltily. Gu Xing revealed a displeased expression when he heard this, and he thought unhappily in his heart, he didn't even enter the top 10. Isn't that a disgrace to my Gu clan? And he still has the nerve to come looking for me? He's still not childish enough. However, Fei wasn't able to enter the top 10 because my little sister lost the golden dragon spear left behind by our ancestor in an ancient cave. It was later obtained by someone else, and Fei wanted to take it back. However, the other party was too powerful, and Fei wasn't able to take it back. Fei has truly let down our ancestor's spirit in heaven. Please punish me, 5th great-grandfather, Gu Yufei said with a sorrowful expression. What? The golden dragon spear was lost? Gu Xing exclaimed absent-mindedly. That's right, but it's currently in the hands of Ling Xiao, who won first place. I don't know what method he used to make the golden dragon spear recognize him as its master, but if it wasn't for the help of the golden dragon spear, how could he have obtained first place? I ask 5th great-grandfather to take back the golden dragon spear. Gu Yufei said angrily. Ling Xiao, who was just about to descend, frowned deeply when he heard this. He cursed in his heart, "It looks like this Gu Yufei will only be satisfied when he's courting death." Which one is the first emperor, Ling Xiao? Gu Xing almost roared in alarm. Gu Yufei immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "That's him." You, a junior, actually dared to steal my Gu clan's golden dragon spear. You deserve to die. Gu Xing was furious. He let out a roar and, disregarding his status, swatted a mountainous palm towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon spear was a divine tool that his clan brother had obtained by chance in the chaotic abyss of war. After his brother's death, no one could truly obtain the golden dragon spear's approval. However, this divine tool was of great significance and absolutely could not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, it had already been recognized as its master by the other party, which was why Gu Xing was so furious. Back then, he had also racked his brains to make this golden dragon spear his own. Unfortunately, he had no way to do so. In the end, he found out that he had to cultivate the Vajra's 5 transformations technique left behind by his ancestor in order to have the spear recognize him as its master. Unfortunately, even though they had cultivated the Vajra's 5 transformations technique and reached the blood refinement realm, and most of their blood already contained the blood essence of a flood dragon, they could only attack with the golden dragon spear and still couldn't make it recognize him as its master. Now that the golden dragon spear had fallen into someone else's hands, and yet someone else had made it recognize him as its master, it was truly a great mockery of the Gu family. Ling Xiao was only a peak earthly emperor. Although his strength was comparable to a heavenly venerable's, a casual attack from an emperor wasn't something he could easily dodge. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events, and they were all still in a daze. However, just as the palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, a powerful force came from another direction and blasted the palm away. Rumble. Brother Daoan, what's the meaning of this? Gu Xing looked gloomily at Daoan who had stopped him. Daoan didn't say a word and immediately went to stand in front of Ling Xiao to protect him. I'd like to first ask you, Brother Gu, what's the meaning of this? Ling Xiao is this generation's first emperor, and his name will soon shake the central region. All the emperors are not allowed to kill him before he becomes a mid-stage heavenly venerable. Now you're actually trying to kill him here? Are you disregarding the reputation of all the emperors? Any earthly emperor who obtained the first emperor and the 10 killer emperors would be able to enjoy some special treatment. One of the special treatment was that the emperors were not allowed to kill them before they became mid-stage heavenly venerables. After all, if one wanted to obtain the title of first emperor and killer emperor, they would have to go through a series of massacres to prove their worth. They would definitely make many enemies along the way, and this special treatment was to give the first emperor and killer emperor a chance to improve their strength. Otherwise, if they were killed by their enemies right after obtaining the title of first emperor and killer emperor, then the meaning of each imperial list tournament wouldn't be that great. However, this special treatment was only for emperors and above. There were no restrictions for those below the emperor rank. If they couldn't withstand the pursuit of martial artists below the emperor rank, then the first emperor and killer emperor wouldn't be worthy of their title. When Gu Xing heard Daoan's words, he immediately calmed down. However, his anger hadn't dissipated and he said to Daoan, Brother Daoan, this brat took my Gu family's golden dragon spear. I just want to take it back, not his life. I hope that Brother Daoan won't stop me. Gu Xing had clearly wanted to kill Gu Xing earlier, but now he had changed his words completely because of the special treatment enjoyed by the first emperor. He was also glad that he hadn't killed Ling Xiao just now. Otherwise, the other forces would have ganged up on him and killed him, and the Gu family would have faced the danger of a crusade. What is the Imperial List Tournament? Its goal is to make the younger generation constantly strive to become stronger, so that they will one day recover the power they had in ancient times. Any earthly emperor who participates in the Imperial List Tournament has to disregard life and death, and they can't blame others if they die in battle. Moreover, it's only the things they've brought with them that have been stolen. If you want to take them back, then you'll have to rely on your own ability. Gu Xing, your descendant asked you to take action, so you took action. I'm afraid that your Gu family will lose all face because of you, Daoan said righteously. Needless to say, Daoan would definitely stand on Ling Xiao's side. However, as the representative of the spiritual martial pavilion and the person in charge of the Imperial List Tournament, he naturally couldn't appear to be shielding Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was standing on his side, which was why he had reprimanded Gu Xing. If it was anyone else, Daoan might not have deliberately obstructed them. Gu Xing had never expected Daoan's attitude to be so unyielding. He immediately suppressed his anger and said, Brother Daoan is right, Gu Xing has lost his composure. He then glared at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, you'd better take the initiative to hand over the golden dragon spear. Otherwise, my Gu family will definitely go all out to hunt you down, and there will be no place for you in the central region. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and laughed lightly. As long as your Gu family isn't afraid of losing people, then come at me. Ling Xiao will take you on. At this time, Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent towards Gu Yu. He thought about how he had once saved the lives of the two siblings, But now, he was being treated like this. Since that was the case, then he, Ling Xiao, could no longer be blamed for being vicious and merciless. Gu Xiaohe, who was standing to the side, had already sensed that the fate between her and Ling Xiao had come to an end, and her heart was filled with bitterness. What big words! Just you wait and see. Gu Xing snorted coldly and then said to Gu Yufei, "Go down to the enlightenment pool and soak in it to search for your Tao. If you're unable to comprehend your Tao this time, then go into seclusion for 10 years after returning to the family, and you're not allowed to come out again." Gu Xing had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only vent it on Gu Yufei. He cursed in his heart, "The juniors these days are getting worse and worse. It's fine if they can't enter the Imperial Slayers leaderboard, but they can't even protect the Golden Dragon Spear. They've really lost all face. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and go down," Daoan said with a slight frown. Chapter 660. When the group of earthly emperors heard Daoan's words, they immediately descended into the pond of enlightenment. At this time, Daoan said to Gu Xing, "Brother Gu, there are a few things I need to make clear to you." Gu Xing was angry that Daoan had stopped him from dealing with Ling Xiao, but he didn't dare to fall out with Daoan. He immediately said patiently, "Brother Daoan, please speak. It's best if your Gu family doesn't touch Ling Xiao." Daoan narrowed his old eyes and said to Gu Xing in a serious tone, "Could he be a true disciple of your pavilion?" Gu Xing faintly felt that something was wrong and asked. Throughout history, the title of First Emperor was mostly won by the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, so he guessed that Ling Xiao was from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. If he really was from the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, then the Gu family wouldn't dare to act rashly this time. Although they were all within the scope of the major forces, the Spiritual Martial Pavilion was many times stronger than the Gu family. Daoan shook his head lightly. "No, although our Spiritual Martial Pavilion is the #1 pavilion, no one has taught such an outstanding disciple." "Oh, if he's not a disciple of your Spiritual Martial Pavilion, could he be a disciple of the Black Demon sect or the Medicine sect?" Gu Xing asked again. Other than these three forces, the Gu family might not be afraid of the other forces. Daoan shook his head. "None of them." "Then why is Brother Daoan so protective of him?" Gu Xing asked angrily. Although he's not a disciple of any of the major forces, his status is more noble and terrifying than any of them." Daoan glared at Gu Xing. "Brother Daoan, don't keep us in suspense. Tell me, what kind of background does this Ling Xiao have? Could it be that he's the successor of those old monsters?" The emperor from the Purple Thunder sect asked impatiently. Besides a few great powers in the Central Territory, there were many experts that lived in seclusion that hadn't made an appearance in the world. Even though these experts were all alone, their cultivations were terrifying. If one were to offend them, then it wouldn't be a joke if they came to kill their way over. This type of expert was the most troublesome. They had no worries, they could kill and leave as they pleased. Even if they were powerful, it would not be easy for them to gather their strength to deal with them. After all, the central region was vast, and it would be impossible to find him anywhere he wanted to hide in. At that moment, a look of reverence appeared on Dwayne's face as he quietly said, "He's my benefactor's disciple." "Who is Brother Daoan's benefactor?" The other emperors asked anxiously once more as their curiosity was piqued by Daoan. "My benefactor. He is the demonic emperor of amorous flow." Dwayne's face revealed an even more tyrannical expression as he said, "Lord Demonic Emperor Feng Lu." All of the emperors were shocked. They were all ancestor-level figures who had lived for thousands of years. Of course, they already knew about the 4 great legends of the past 10,000 years. Most of them were influenced by the 4 great legends, so most of them were admirers of the 4 great legends. When they heard that Dwayne's benefactor was the demonic emperor, how could they not be shocked? That's right. If it weren't for him saving me from danger and giving me some pointers, I wouldn't have the achievements I have today. I, Dwayne, will never forget this double act of kindness. Dwayne said with deep emotion. I didn't expect that Brother Dao En was acquainted with the demonic emperor. I, Layamo, am extremely envious. The emperor from the Violet Thunder sect sighed with envy. Another emperor followed. That's right. The Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, the demonic emperor is amorous, the sword fanatic is single-minded, and the mad monk is invincible. Which one of them isn't heroic? It's just that we were too young and didn't get to see the glory of the four great legends. It's always been regretful. I didn't expect Dao En to have such good fortune. It really makes one jealous. Another Emperor Realm expert said, that's right. Not only was the evil emperor extremely powerful, even his playfulness was unparalleled in the Central Territory. He was even more sincere and affectionate than the other three. Brother Dao En, you're saying that Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor? Gu Xing asked. Dwayne nodded complacently, and then he replied, Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor. I've already verified this myself, and it's absolutely not wrong. So, Brother Gu Xing, it's best if you don't have any ill intentions towards Ling Xiao. Otherwise, your Gu clan will probably be in great trouble. Dwayne's words were straightforward and filled with warning. Gu Xing's aura rose and fell, and he was obviously unable to maintain his composure. If it was the disciple of one of those secluded old eccentrics, then there was no need for Gu Xing to lose his composure like this. But if it was the disciple of the demonic emperor, then it was a different matter. A figure that was said to be the closest to the godly realm wasn't someone that their Gu clan could go against. That's all I have to say. Brother Gu Xing, think about it properly. Dwayne spoke indifferently, and then he closed his eyes and didn't speak another word. Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Gu Xing hid a deep unwillingness in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in his heart, since he's the disciple of the demonic emperor, then all the more I can't let him go. Once he grows up in the future, he'll definitely be a calamity for my Gu clan. Right? If he didn't die at the hands of my Gu clan, then the demonic emperor wouldn't have to blame my Gu clan, right? Beneath the pool of enlightenment, a layer of white aura floated incessantly, like a thin veil covering a beauty's face. It looked mysterious and alluring. 101 people fell into the pool at the same time, and waves of thumping sounds could be heard. Everyone began to calm down and enjoy this rare limited time. The female earthly emperors all formed a screen of light around their bodies to prevent others from peeping. Ling Xiao didn't directly enter the pool. Instead, he floated on the surface of the pool and sized up everything around him. As the first emperor, he had half a month's time to comprehend here, so he wasn't as anxious as the others. The terrain here is excellent, it's a top-notch gathering place, and it's surrounded by majestic mountains. No wonder the spirit qi is so dense everywhere. The pool here has probably accumulated for more than 10,000 years. It's truly worthy of being called a miraculous pool. Ling Xiao looked around and sighed softly. He didn't even need to circulate his divine arts now. The two strange pearls in his sea of consciousness were constantly absorbing the pure energy of heaven and earth, and Lu Weng, who was attached to his sleeve, still didn't move at all. That's the strange flower of enlightenment. Suddenly, Ling Xiao saw some strange flowers blooming by the side of the pool and exclaimed softly. This time, Ling Xiao finally understood the origin of the pool of enlightenment. At the side of the pool, the small flowers of various colors flickered incessantly, as if the stars in the sky were blinking, appearing incomparably intelligent. These small flowers were the strange flower of enlightenment, one of the 81 strange flowers in the world. They had the wonderful effect of cleansing one's marrow and sea of consciousness, as well as enlightening oneself. However, these strange flowers of enlightenment were very difficult to preserve. Once they were plucked, they would wither in less than a quarter of an hour. Only vessels made of 10,000-year-old cold jade could be preserved for a longer time. The growth of these strange flowers of enlightenment was very strange. Once they bloomed, they would wither after a day, and the next time they bloomed would have to wait for 10 years. This cycle repeated endlessly. Therefore, in order to pluck these strange flowers of enlightenment, one had to be lucky. There were so many strange flowers of enlightenment growing around the pool of enlightenment. Presumably, this pool of enlightenment had accumulated the essence of these strange flowers of enlightenment, which was why the water of this pool had the effect of enlightening peak earthly emperors. Ling Xiao looked around again, and seeing that there was nothing else, he descended into the pool. Balls of warm water instantly wrapped around him, and an unparalleled sense of comfort made Ling Xiao feel relaxed like never before. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had experienced countless killings and made many enemies. This also made him develop a mentality of being vigilant at all times. Even when he was sleeping, he had to be somewhat awake. Now that he was in the pool of enlightenment, it was as if he was in a world without disputes, making his mental state extremely comfortable and refreshing. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts of the secular world were thrown to the back of his mind. Then, Ling Xiao seemed to fall asleep in the pool of enlightenment. There was still a faint evil smile on his face, making him look extremely evil and awe-inspiring. At this moment, an astonishing change occurred in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The pure, milky white mind power actually gradually surged, and in the end, it surged and surged repeatedly like raging waves. In the end, it formed a whirlpool that spun at a high speed. The spiritual fluid seemed to gradually compress and became extremely viscous. The spiritual fluid, which had originally occupied 2/3 of his sea of consciousness, gradually shrank to a quarter. At this moment, many black spots that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye appeared on the surface of the milky white spiritual fluid. These black spots looked extremely disgusting and ugly on the surface of the milky white spiritual fluid. It was as if they had been infected with a virus, destroying and affecting the pure and boundless feeling. However, these black spots did not stay on the spiritual fluid for long. They were forcibly expelled by the surging spiritual fluid. This time, the spiritual fluid became even purer and more boundless than before. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul gradually emerged in his sea of consciousness. His soul became extremely ethereal, and his temperament became extremely sacred and unadorned. At this moment, his soul sat on the spinning spiritual fluid, and his thoughts seemed to be separated from his body. He seemed to see a golden world. The sharp golden spears with an extremely sharp aura destroyed countless mountains into pieces. Then, a golden dragon broke through the sky and charged in all directions. In a short while, countless golden dragons appeared in the sky and kept entangling with each other. That part of the world was smashed into pieces by the dragon's body. This impressively became a world where the golden dragon resided and wreaked havoc. However, when the world of the golden dragon disappeared, it was replaced by a huge volcano. This volcano was dark blue in color. Those blue flames and molten lava erupted from the volcano in an instant, as if to blast this part of the world into nothingness. The blue flames and molten lava immediately formed a blue sea of fire wherever they went. Not long after, those dark blue flames gradually gathered together and finally formed a majestic Qilin mythological beast. The terrifying pressure of the mythological beast made people breathless. It was spraying strong blue flames all the time, as if it wanted to burn the river and steam the sea. It was full of supreme power. Chapter 661. When the huge volcanic crater and the blue fire Qilin gradually disappeared, gusts of bone-chilling cold wind continued to blow. These gray cold winds formed all kinds of hurricanes that swept away everything in the world. Wherever they went, they were devoured by the strong corrosive force. Wind blades flew everywhere, and the clouds in the sky and the rocks on the ground were all crushed into powder. This gray world of hurricanes made people feel at a loss, as if it was the end of the world. As the cold wind dissipated, what replaced it was a world of ice. Icebergs towered high and low, and the icicles that never melted flickered with incomparably sharp light. The temperature below absolute zero instantly turned everything into a popsicle. Piles of icicles smashed down from different corners like thousands of sharp ice weapons that could destroy everything in the world and freeze any giant river. After the world of ice melted, a scene of towering ancient trees appeared. It was as if a large mountain range had formed. This scene was filled with incomparable vitality, but it was very different from the previous 4 worlds. This was a tranquil scene. Those exotic flowers and plants, spirit beasts, and all living things lived peacefully in this forest. There were no disputes or distracting thoughts here. It was as if they had transcended the world of 5 elements and were in a paradise outside of the world. However, this place seemed peaceful, but the trees, grass, and flowers were changing in an instant, from growing to withering. It was as if they were demonstrating the flow of time. The radiant life seemed to turn into nothingness in that instant, disappearing into the horizon. Perhaps this was a world where a year passed and a month passed. The golden dragon roared, displaying the domineering aura of a king. The volcano Chilan displayed its ferocious might. The cold wind wreaked havoc, leaving no corpses behind. Icebergs sealed thousands of miles, surging rivers and giant rivers. Vitality surged, and time passed in an instant. 5 different wonders constantly changed in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, and his soul also changed due to the 5 different colors of the wonders. Ling Zhao had no idea where he was and was immersed in the comprehension of these wonders. Those worlds seemed to be formed by his thoughts, but the mysteries in the wonders made him unable to grasp them thoroughly. He felt that these wonders were not mature enough, or perhaps they had not completed their formation, causing him to become confused. A day passed quickly, and the 90 earthly sovereigns were pulled out of the pond of enlightenment by the emperors in the sky. Most of the earthly emperors had disappointed looks on their faces. Some of them still had blank looks on their faces, while a small portion of them had joyful looks on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained something. Dwayne sent a voice transmission to these earthly sovereigns: "Go to the side and wait for the others to come out." Everyone bowed to the mystic sovereigns and landed on the empty space outside the pond of enlightenment to meditate. A small number of people found a quiet place and entered a meditative state. They seemed to want to completely memorize the enlightenment they had gained today so that they could break through to the Empyrean stage as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed, and 10 figures rushed out of the pond of enlightenment at the same time. These 10 figures couldn't wait to enter the quiet place. It seemed that they had gained a lot in the past few days. Some of their auras were already overflowing, and it was obvious that they were on the verge of breaking through. Although the pond of enlightenment had the effect of the Tao comprehension flower, whether or not one could comprehend one's own Tao depended on one's comprehension ability and luck. Not everyone could gain something. For the next few days, many quiet places exploded with powerful auras one after another, causing the nearby trees and flowers to be shaken into pieces. It was obvious that these were all earthly sovereigns who had comprehended something. Some of them had already become half-step Empyreans, and they only needed to comprehend their Tao to perfection before they could become true Empyreans. A few of them had even directly raised their strength to low-level Empyreans, becoming true sovereigns. 10 days passed quickly, and Ling Zhao, who was under the pond of enlightenment, had regained his consciousness. There wasn't a hint of joy on his face, only confusion. It seemed like he was in a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He sighed softly. The soul power of the remnant souls I absorbed previously contained many impurities, and I didn't notice it. Fortunately, this pond of enlightenment eliminated all these impurities. Otherwise, it would definitely hinder my spiritual fluid from forming a world in the future. It's just that 10 days have passed and I've comprehended all 5 worlds, but these 5 worlds are still in their embryonic forms. None of them can become my world force. My Tao is still not clear enough. Not long after he entered the pond, the black spots that were expelled from Ling Zhao's consciousness were the impurities and distracting thoughts that Ling Zhao had absorbed from the remnant souls. After these impurities and distracting thoughts were expelled, his mental energy was reduced, but it was pure. This would be of great benefit to Ling Zhao's future cultivation and use of mental energy attacks. In addition, he had comprehended 5 different wonders, which were the small universe that he wanted to comprehend and deduce. However, he cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time, so he had 5 different small worlds. However, any martial artist's sea of consciousness could only deduce one small world, thus forming a spiritual world. But this spiritual world couldn't take turns to deduce the 5 attributes. Even someone like Ling Xiao, with his vast sea of consciousness, couldn't do it. Now, Ling Xiao was conflicted about how to choose his own small universe. Once he decided, he could smoothly break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. However, Ling Xiao felt that these 5 small universe realms were not the world force that he wanted to possess. This was because possessing one of these small universe realms would mean giving up the world force of the other 4 small universe realms. This was a headache for him. If it were someone else, Ling Xiao's jaw would probably drop in shock. World power was divided into 3 levels, which could also be called the mortal, spirit, and emperor levels. These 3 levels were also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. The higher the level, the more terrifying the power. Everyone's opportunities were different, so the world power they comprehended was also different. However, the world power formed was closely related to the martial artist's Xian skills and opportunities. An ordinary Heavenly Lord's small universe could mostly comprehend the mortal-level world power. This kind of world power was displayed by many martial artists. Ten Bin could comprehend the spirit-level world power. Reaching the spirit-level world power was already considered amazing. This kind of martial artist often had a great advantage in battles of the same level. To reach the emperor-level world power, only those who were born with a monstrous talent, Ten Bin, could barely comprehend it. This kind of world power was especially abnormal. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, it was perfect. It was also an invincible existence in the same level. However, this kind of emperor-level world power might not even be comprehended by 1 in 1,000 people. For example, someone who had comprehended a spirit-level world force could fight against 2 or 3 mortal-level world force martial artists at the same time without losing, and could even win. The power of an emperor-level world force was even more terrifying. Often, it wouldn't be a problem to fight against 5 spirit-level or 10 mortal-level martial artists alone. Now, according to Ling Xiao's understanding of the 5 worlds, the Crouching Golden Dragon world, the Volcano Qilin world, and the Innate Yin Wind Nether world could all be called Emperor-level world. The Iceberg River world and the Mountain Forest world were the weakest, but they were also Spirit-level world. Why were the first 3 worlds considered Emperor-level, while the last 2 were only Spirit-level? The true dragon was the head of the 9 great divine beasts, and its battle strength was self-evident. The Crouching Golden Dragon world formed by it had top-notch attack power, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a high-grade Emperor-level world. The volcanic eruption was a world-destroying natural disaster, and the energy it erupted was terrifying. Such a world with only the volcanic eruption was not enough to reach the Emperor level, but the blue flame was a heavenly fire that could burn anything, and the Qilin formed by it was a divine beast. All these superimposed together were definitely stronger than the Crouching Golden Dragon world, and it could be called a high-grade Emperor-level world. The Innate Yin Wind Nether world was a gray world with a powerful corrosive hurricane. Its destructive power was not inferior to the heavenly fire, and it could corrode anything here. Only heavenly jewels of the same level might be able to resist this Innate Yin Wind Nether world. This Innate Yin Wind Nether world could be called a mid-grade Emperor-level world. 10,000 miles of ice could freeze anything, and the might of the icicles was also extremely great. The pure world of ice made people feel fear and bewilderment. The Iceberg River world was a high-grade spirit world. The Mountain Forest world did not seem to have any offensive power, but it had a different kind of effect. Every tree, every grass, every flower in the Mountain Forest world could be used as an offensive weapon. Although its offensive power was slightly weaker, it could transform into various spirit formations to confuse the enemy's vision. Furthermore, the boundless life force it contained was absolutely the lowest consumption for the user, and it also had a great healing effect for the people around the user. That was why this world could reach the mid-grade spirit world. The Iceberg world and the Mountain Forest world could be rated as spirit level because Ling Xiao's attributes were extremely pure, and he had fought Ten Bin and gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, his spiritual sea was boundless. All of these factors had a great connection with the world he had derived, so no matter which world he created, it would be much stronger than an ordinary martial artist's world. In other words, an ordinary person could only reach the mortal level world, but Ling Xiao's world could reach the spirit level. This was because Ling Xiao was extremely strong among people of the same level, so the world he derived was naturally better than ordinary people. If it was anyone else, they would thank the heavens and earth if they could comprehend any kind of spirit-level world. However, Ling Xiao now had 3 emperor-level world powers and 2 spirit-level world powers to choose from, but he still had a worried expression on his face. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao was still in the same state. He sighed softly, "I think this enlightenment pond can only do so much for me. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve the effect I want. Forget it, perhaps this young master will have to walk around and comprehend for a while. Only then will I be able to form a new world, a unique world that belongs to me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao slowly flew out of the enlightenment pond. Many people looked at him in confusion, as if they didn't expect Ling Xiao to come out before the time was up. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.